You are half dead. Look at your breathing. It is shallow. It is fearful. It is a slow suicide. You are afraid to breathe deeply because you are afraid to live fully. I tell you, breathe like a madman. Break the old patterns of your mind through chaotic breathing. Only when you shatter your inner walls with the hammer of your breath can the divine enter. This is not just an exercise, it is the death of your ego and the birth of your ecstasy. Hello, my beloved friends. It is a joy to have you here, to sit with you in this silence, in this shared space of being. Today I want to talk to you about something so close to you that you have completely forgotten it. It is the most fundamental thing in your life, yet it remains the most ignored. I am talking about your breath. You came into this world with an inhalation, and you will leave this world with an exhalation. Between these 2 points, the first breath and the last, is what you call life. But have you ever really looked at it? Have you ever felt the pulse of this invisible thread that keeps you tied to the body? Most people live their entire lives without ever becoming aware of their breathing. It is happening on its own. And because it happens on its own, you think there is nothing for you to do. But I tell you, this breath is the bridge. It is the bridge between you and the universe, between the known and the unknown, between the finite and the infinite. If you can understand the secret of the breath, you have understood the secret of life itself. And before we go deeper into this mystery, I want to invite you to be part of this journey with me. If these words resonate with your heart, please subscribe to this channel and turn on the notification bell. It is not just about a button. It is about creating a community of seekers, a sangha, where we can wake up together. The breath is not just air moving in and out of your lungs. That is the view of the scientist, the doctor, the person who looks only at the surface. For the seeker, the breath is the vehicle of prana, the vital life force. When you breathe, you are not just taking in oxygen, you are taking in the very divinity of existence. But look at how you breathe. Your breathing is shallow, it is constricted, it is full of fear. If you watch a small child, you will see how he breathes. His belly moves up and down. He is relaxed. He is in tune with existence. But as you grow older, as you become educated, as you become part of the civilized world, your breath moves from the belly to the chest. You become afraid to breathe deeply. Why are you afraid? Because deep breathing brings life, and life brings emotions. If you breathe deeply, your suppressed anger will start coming up. If you breathe deeply, your hidden fears will start trembling in your body. To keep those emotions down, you have developed a trick. You breathe shallowly. You choke your own life force so that you don't have to feel. This is why many of you feel dead inside, like robots moving through the world. You are not living, you are only surviving. If you find value in these insights, consider supporting our work by clicking the join button. By becoming a member, you help us bring these transformative teachings to more souls who are wandering in the dark, and you gain access to a deeper space within this community. You see, the mind and the breath are two sides of the same coin. You cannot change your mind directly, but you can change it through the breath. Have you noticed? When you are angry, your breath changes. It becomes fast, rhythmic, and shallow. When you are in love, your breath is different. It is deep, slow, and harmonious. When you are relaxed, the breath is almost invisible. It becomes so silent that you can barely feel it. If you want to change your state of mind, don't fight with the mind, just change your breathing. If you are feeling anxious, just sit down and breathe deeply into the belly. Within minutes, the anxiety will disappear. Because the mind cannot remain anxious if the breath is deep and relaxed. They are interconnected. This is why I speak so much about awareness. Usually, your life is a series of concentrations. You concentrate on your work, you concentrate on your money, you concentrate on your problems. But concentration is a narrowing of the mind. It is a choice. When you concentrate on one thing, you exclude everything else. If you are walking on the street and you are concentrated on a thought, you will not see the flowers, you will not hear the birds, you will not feel the breeze. You have become a specialist. And a specialist is someone who knows more and more about less and less. I don't teach concentration. I teach awareness. Awareness is an open consciousness. It is not a choice. It is a choiceless witnessing of everything that is happening. In awareness, the breath becomes your anchor. You are aware of the breath, and at the same time, you are aware of the birds singing, the wind blowing, and the sensations in your body. Nothing is excluded. This openness is the beginning of ecstasy. If you feel this openness expanding in you right now, I would love to hear about it. Leave a comment below and share your experience. Your words might be the light someone else needs to find their way today. The breath is a constant reminder that you are not an island. You are part of the whole. You take in what the trees give out, and you give out what the trees take in. It is a continuous dialogue. There is no me and you in the breath. There is only the us, the organic unity of existence. But the ego wants to be separate. The ego wants to be the master. And the ego is very afraid of the breath, because in the breath, the ego cannot exist. The ego can only exist in the past or the future, but the breath is always in the present. You cannot breathe for tomorrow, and you cannot breathe for yesterday. You can only breathe now. This is why meditation is so deeply connected to the breath. When I say meditate on the breath, I don't mean you should think about the breath. No, that is the mind again. I mean be the breath. Feel it. Feel the cool air entering your nostrils. Feel the warmth as it leaves. And between the inhalation and the exhalation, there is a tiny gap. A moment of absolute stillness. In that gap, you are neither the body nor the mind. In that gap, you are pure being. If you can catch that gap even for a split second, you have found the door to the temple of the soul. For those of you who want to dive deeper into these techniques, we have prepared several ebooks that go into the fine details of these meditations. You can find the links in the description. These books are not just information, they are maps to your inner world. And if you feel like offering a gift of gratitude for the light you receive here, the Super Thanks feature is a beautiful way to contribute to the continuity of these videos. Every contribution, no matter how small, is a seed that helps this garden grow. In the old days, people lived more naturally, so their breathing was more natural. But today, the mind has become too heavy. You are living in your head. You are like a pyramid standing on its apex, very unstable. You need to come back to the base, back to the center of your being, which is just below the navel. This is what the Japanese call the hara. When you breathe from the hara, you are grounded. You are like a great oak tree with roots going deep into the earth. No matter how much the wind blows, you remain unshaken. But to reach that center, you must first clear the path. The path is blocked by years of suppression. You have been told not to cry, not to shout, not to be too happy, not to be too angry. All these knots have created a cage around your chest. You are breathing through a cage. This is why I created chaotic meditation. It is designed to break that cage. In the first stage of that meditation, you breathe chaotically, fast, deep, and intense, to stir up all the dust, all the suppressed energy. You become a whirlwind of energy. You don't follow a pattern. You let the breath be the master. When you do this, the body starts to wake up. The cells that have been asleep for years start to vibrate. You feel a new electricity running through you. People ask me, Osho, why do we have to breathe so crazily? Because you are living crazily. Your normality is just a mask for a deep madness. You are repressing so much that you have become a volcano ready to erupt. If you don't let it out in a controlled, meditative way, it will come out in your relationships, in your health, in your politics. Chaotic breathing is a catharsis. It is a cleansing. It is like washing your soul from the inside out. When the storm of breathing passes, you are left in a state of profound silence. That silence is not the silence of a graveyard. It is the silence of a blossoming flower. I want you to try something right now. Wherever you are, just stop for a moment. Don't change anything. Just observe your breath. Is it deep? Is it shallow? Is it stuck in your throat? Don't judge it. Just watch it. This watching is the secret. The moment you watch your breath, you are no longer the breath, you are the watcher. This is the first step toward freedom. You are shifting your identity from the object to the subject. You are moving from the periphery to the center. And as you move to the center, you will notice that the breath starts to settle on its own. It doesn't need your help to be perfect. It only needs your presence. As we continue this exploration, I want to remind you that your support makes all of this possible. Sharing this video with your friends and loved ones is a great way to spread the fragrance of meditation. If you know someone who is struggling with stress or feeling lost, send this to them. It might be the breath of fresh air they need. And don't forget to hit the like button if you feel a connection to what is being said here. It helps the algorithm understand that this message is valuable, allowing it to reach more people across the globe. Let us go further into the art of feeling. You see, the mind lives in words. The soul lives in feelings. But we have been trained to turn everything into a word immediately. You look at a beautiful sunset and immediately you say, "How beautiful." The moment you say the word, you have killed the feeling. You have moved from the existential experience to the mental label. The word is not the sun. The word is not the beauty. The word is just a dead container. I suggest to you, next time you see something beautiful or you feel a deep emotion, don't verbalize it. Just feel it. Let it vibrate in your body. Let it be absorbed in your breath. If you feel love, don't say, "I love you" right away. Just feel the love. Let the breath carry that love to every cell of your body. When you do this, you are practicing the art of ecstasy. You are becoming a sensor, not a thinker. And when you are a sensor, you are alive. To be a thinker is to be a ghost of your own self. This transition from thinking to feeling is the most difficult but also the most rewarding leap a human being can make. It requires courage. It requires the courage to be unintelligent in the eyes of the world, because the world values the head, but the divine values the heart. The heart has its own reasons that the head knows nothing of, and the breath is the servant of the heart. When you are in your heart, your breath is rhythmic, like a song. When you are in your head, your breath is jagged, like a broken machine. So listen to your breath. It is a constant feedback system. It tells you where you are. If you find yourself overthinking, check your breath. You will find it is shallow. Just by taking 3 deep breaths, you can drop back into the heart. It is a simple tool, but its power is infinite. You don't need to go to a temple or a church to find the divine. The divine is breathing through you right now. You are the temple. The breath is the incense. The awareness is the flame. Let us reflect on the concept of the art of celebration. Meditation is often thought of as something serious, something you do with a long face, sitting in a dark room. I say that is not meditation, that is a funeral. Meditation should be a celebration. It should be a dance. If your meditation doesn't make you more joyous, if it doesn't make you more playful, then something is wrong. Breath is the fuel for this celebration. When you breathe fully, you have more energy. And when you have more energy, that energy overflows as joy, as creativity, as laughter. Laughter is one of the most spiritual things you can do. When you laugh deeply, your breath changes completely. It becomes a total rhythmic explosion. In that moment of total laughter, the mind disappears. You cannot laugh and think at the same time. Try it. It is impossible. Either you can think or you can laugh. Laughter brings you into the here and now. It is a form of breathing that cleanses the spirit. So don't be so serious. Life is not a problem to be solved. It is a mystery to be lived. And the breath is the key to that mystery. If you are enjoying this atmosphere we are creating together, I invite you again to check out our join options. Our members are the backbone of this channel, allowing us to keep this flame burning. Also, if you want to take a piece of this wisdom home with you, our ebooks are available to guide you through the various stages of the meditative process. They are written to be your companions on this path of transformation. You see, the body is a very wise mechanism. It has been evolving for millions of years. Your mind is very new. It is just a tiny layer on the top. The body knows how to heal itself. It knows how to balance itself. And it knows how to breathe. But you have interfered with the body. You have forced the body to follow the dictates of the mind. You tell the body when to eat, when to sleep, and how to breathe. You have become a tyrant over your own body. Meditation is about ending this tyranny. It is about returning the kingdom to the body. It is about trusting the natural intelligence of your organism. When you sit in silence and just watch the breath, you are telling the body, I trust you. You carry on. I am just a witness. In this trust, healing happens. Chronic pains disappear. Stress melts away. And a deep sense of well-being arises. Not because you did something, but because you stopped doing something. You stopped interfering. This non-interference is the essence of Tao, the essence of Zen. It is the art of doing by not doing. You are not doing the breathing is happening. You are just there to enjoy it. Imagine yourself as a spectator at a beautiful play. The play of inhalation and exhalation. It is the most ancient play in the world. It began with the first living cell and it continues through you. When you see it this way, you feel a deep connection to all of life, to the animals, to the trees, to the stars. You are all breathing the same air. You are all part of the same cosmic lungs. This realization brings a great compassion. You cannot be violent to someone if you realize you are both breathing the same existence. You cannot be greedy if you realize that the breath is a gift that is given to you freely every moment, you don't have to earn it, you don't have to pay for it, it is a grace. If existence gives you the breath for free, why are you so worried about everything else? The one who gives you the breath will surely give you everything else you need. This trust is the foundation of a religious life. But remember, this is not a philosophy to be discussed. It is an experiment to be performed. You must do it. You must feel it. I am just a finger pointing at the moon. Don't bite my finger. Look at where I am pointing. I am pointing at your own chest, at your own belly, at the rhythm of your own life. Start today. Start now. Take a deep breath, hold it for a second, and feel the fullness. Then let it go and feel the emptiness. Fullness and emptiness, the two poles of existence. You are the one who witnesses both. If this message has touched your soul, please hit that like button and share your thoughts in the comments. I read your comments and they bring me great joy. If you feel inspired to help us reach more people, your super thanks and your participation through the join button are deeply appreciated. They allow us to continue producing this content with the high quality it deserves. And if you haven't yet, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next steps on this journey. Now, let us look at the relationship between breath and the ego. The ego is always trying to be somebody. It wants to be special, it wants to be unique, it wants to be at the top. But the breath is very common. Everybody breathes. The king breathes, the beggar breathes, the saint breathes, the sinner breathes. In the breath, all are equal. This is why the ego doesn't like to focus on the breath. It finds it boring. It wants something more spiritual, something more esoteric, like seeing lights or hearing voices. But I tell you, there is nothing more spiritual than the breath, because the breath is the presence of the divine in the most ordinary form. If you can find the divine in your breath, you will find it everywhere. If you can't find it in your breath, you won't find it anywhere else. You can go to the Himalayas, you can sit in a cave, but you will still be breathing. If you haven't understood the breath in your house, you won't understand it in a cave. The ego also likes to control. It likes to say, I am breathing. But try to stop breathing for a few minutes. You will see who is the master. The body will take over. The body will say, get out of the way. I want to live. Your ego is just a passenger. The breath is the driver. Meditation is about moving from the passenger seat to just being the space in which the car moves. It is a shift from the doer to the watcher. When you are a watcher, life takes on a totally different quality. You are no longer stressed by the ups and downs of life. If a thought comes, you watch it. If a breath comes, you watch it. If a pain comes, you watch it. You are the sky, and everything else is just clouds passing by. The sky remains unaffected. The sky is always pure, always blue, even if there are dark clouds. Your inner being is that sky, and the breath is the wind that keeps the clouds moving. Let this sink in. Don't just listen with your ears, listen with your whole being. Let these words vibrate in your chest. Feel the truth of them. You have been looking for the truth in books, in scriptures, in teachers. But the truth is closer to you than your own jugular vein. It is in the very air you are breathing. All you need is a little bit of awareness, a little bit of silence, and a little bit of celebration. I want to thank you for being here, for your presence, and for your thirst for truth. It is this thirst that will eventually lead you to the source. Keep seeking, keep breathing, and keep laughing. The journey is long, but every step is a destination if you are aware. Don't forget to check the description for our ebooks and the join link for more exclusive content. If you feel like sending a super thanks, it is a beautiful gesture that supports our mission. Let us continue this dance. Let us move deeper into the mystery. The next stage of our journey involves understanding how the breath can be used to transform specific emotions. But before we get there, you must master the art of simply being with your breath as it is. No judgment, no change, just pure witnessing. This is the foundation. Without this, everything else is just more mental gymnastics. So, for the next few minutes, as you continue to listen to my voice, just be aware of your breath. Feel it entering, feel it leaving. Let it be your anchor in this moment. As we move forward, remember that this path is not about becoming something else. It is about becoming who you already are. You are already divine. You are already a Buddha. You have just forgotten it. You are like a king who has fallen asleep and is dreaming he is a beggar. All I am doing is shaking you and saying, "Wake up. Your kingdom is waiting for you." And the breath breath is the first sign of that awakening. Each breath is a new beginning. Each breath is a rebirth. You don't have to carry the burden of the past. With every exhalation, let the past go. With every inhalation, let the new, the fresh, the divine enter. This is the secret of eternal youth. A man who knows how to breathe is never old. His body may age, but his spirit remains as fresh as a morning dewdrop. So breathe. Breathe with totality. Breathe with joy. Breathe with awareness. And let the breath transform you from a piece of coal into a diamond. It is possible. It is within your reach. It is only a breath away. I am always with you on this path. We are not separate. In this silence, in this breathing, we are one. Let us celebrate this oneness. Let us celebrate this life. Let us celebrate the breath that changes everything. Please share this video with those who might need this reminder. Leave a like, subscribe, and join our community. Your engagement helps us keep these teachings alive and accessible to all. And if you feel moved to support us further, the super thanks button is right there below the video. Together, we can create a world that is more aware, more loving, and more joyful. Keep your awareness on the breath as we transition into the next phase of our understanding. Do not let your mind wander into the future or the past. Stay here. Stay now. The breath is your guide. It will never lead you astray because it knows the way back home. It has been doing it since the moment you were born, and it will do it until the moment you depart. Trust it. In this deep trust, you will find a peace that passes all understanding. You will find a love that is not dependent on anyone else. You will find a freedom that no one can take away from you. And it all starts with this one simple, beautiful breath. Every moment of your life is an opportunity to practice this. Whether you are working, eating, or just sitting silently, the breath is always there. It is your most faithful companion. Don't treat it like a stranger. Get to know it. Befriend it. Love it. Because in loving your breath, you are loving life itself. And in loving life, you are loving the Creator. There is no difference between the breath and the soul. In many ancient languages, the word for breath and the word for spirit are the same. This is not a coincidence. It is a deep existential insight. To be spirited is to be full of breath. To be inspired is to be filled with the divine breath. So let yourself be inspired. Let yourself be filled with the spirit of existence. As we go deeper, you will see that the breath is also the key to your relationship with others. When you breathe with awareness, your presence becomes magnetic. People will feel a calmness around you. They will feel a sense of peace just by being in your vicinity. Not because you are saying anything, but because your very vibration has changed. You are no longer a source of tension. You are a source of relaxation. This is the greatest gift you can give to the world. So, my beloveds, let us take this journey together. Let us breathe together in this vast, beautiful existence. There is so much more to explore, so many more layers to uncover. But for now, just be, just breathe, and feel the ecstasy of being alive. I see you, I honor you, and I love you. To enter deeper into this mystery, we must look at the physical center of your being. You are not just a mind, you are a complex, biological, and spiritual organism. This organism has a center, and that center is the navel. When you were in your mother's womb, you were not breathing through your nose, you were breathing through your navel. You were connected to the life force of your mother through the umbilical cord. The navel was your first door to existence. Even now, though the cord is cut, the navel remains the most vital spot in your body. It is the seat of the hara, the source of your primal energy. If you watch your breath carefully, you will see that when it goes deep, it touches the navel. It vibrates the navel center. But as I said, you have been taught to be afraid of this center. Society wants you to live in your head because a man who lives in his head is easily controlled. He is logical, he is mathematical, he is predictable. But a man who lives in his hara is unpredictable. He is a rebel. He doesn't follow the rules of the crowd. He follows the pulse of life. He is not a sheep, he is a lion. And the lion's roar comes from the belly, from the deep depths of the hara. When your breathing is shallow, you are cut off from your roots. You are like a tree whose roots have been pulled out of the soil. You may still look green for a while, but you are dying. This is why there is so much anxiety in the world today. Anxiety is nothing but the fear of being disconnected. You feel like an outsider in the universe because you are not breathing with the universe. You are breathing only to keep the machine running, not to celebrate the machine's existence. To reclaim your life, you must reclaim your belly. You must allow the breath to descend. In the beginning, this will be difficult. You will feel a certain tension in the diaphragm. The diaphragm is the muscle that separates the chest from the abdomen. In most people, this muscle is hard like a rock. It has become a wall of defense. You have built this wall to keep your feelings down. Every time you were told don't cry, you tightened your diaphragm. Every time you were told don't be angry, you held your breath. Over the years, this wall has become permanent. This is why when you start to meditate, when you start to breathe deeply, you may feel like crying for no reason. Or you may feel a sudden surge of anger. Don't be afraid. This is a beautiful sign. It means the ice is melting. It means the energy that was trapped for decades is finally starting to move. Let it move. If tears come, let them flow. They are like a summer rain that washes the dust away. If anger comes, let it vibrate in your body. Don't throw it at anyone. Just feel the heat of it. This heat is your life force. You see, we have been conditioned to believe that some emotions are good and some are bad. But for the seeker, energy is just energy. It is neutral. Anger is the same energy as love. It is only moving in a different direction. When you breathe deeply, you are not just taking in air. You are stirring the cauldron of your soul. You are bringing the unconscious to the surface. This is the only way to be whole. You cannot be holy unless you are whole. And you cannot be whole if you are repressing half of your being. The breath is the bridge to the unconscious. If you change your breathing, you change the way your unconscious functions. Have you noticed that when you are about to fall asleep, your breathing changes? It becomes rhythmic and deep. If you can consciously bring that same rhythm into your waking life, you will carry the peace of deep sleep into your every action. You will be in the world, but not of it. You will be doing your work, walking the streets, talking to people, but inside there will be a cool, silent lake of awareness. This is the state of no mind. No mind does not mean you become stupid. On the contrary, you become more intelligent than ever. But your intelligence is no longer restricted to the small box of the brain. Your whole body becomes intelligent. Your hands become intelligent, your eyes become intelligent, your very skin becomes sensitive to the vibrations of the world. You start to see things that you never noticed before. You start to hear the silence between the sounds. In the East, we have developed many techniques to master this breath. One of the most important is the awareness of the turn. When you breathe in, there is a moment when the inhalation ends and the exhalation has not yet begun. And when you breathe out, there is a moment when the exhalation ends and the inhalation has not yet begun. These 2 points are the most sacred moments in the human experience. In these gaps, you are not breathing. And if you are not breathing, the mind stops. For a split second, you are in the same state you were in before you were born, and the same state you will be in after you die. You are in the eternal. Most people miss these gaps because they are in a hurry. They are always rushing to the next breath, just as they are rushing to the next moment, the next job, the next relationship. They are always on the way, but they never arrive. Meditation is the art of arriving. It is the art of being so present that you can catch the gap. When you catch that gap, you realize that you are not the one who breathes. You are the one who sees the breathing. You are the witness, the sakshan. And this witness is not part of the body. The body will die, the breath will stop, but the witness remains. The witness is your eternal signature. It is your soul. But you cannot find the witness through logic. You cannot find it by reading books or listening to lectures. You can only find it by experiencing the rhythm of your own life. You must become a laboratory. You must experiment with your own breath. Try this experiment. Sit silently for 20 minutes every day. Don't do anything. Just watch the breath. If the mind wanders, don't fight it. Just notice that the mind has wandered and gently bring it back to the breath. Don't be impatient. Patience is the greatest virtue on this path. If you can sit for 20 minutes just watching your breath, you have done more for your spiritual growth than someone who has read the entire Bible or the Vedas, because you are dealing with the reality, not the description of reality. As you go deeper into this practice, you will notice that the quality of your breath changes it becomes more refined, more subtle. Sometimes it becomes so silent that you might feel like it has stopped altogether. Don't be panicked. This is what the yogis call kumbhaka, the natural cessation of breath. It is a state of high energy where the body no longer needs the external movement of air because it is drinking directly from the source. In this state, you are filled with a light that has no source. You are filled with a joy that has no cause. Usually, your joy is always caused by something. You are happy because you got a promotion, or because you fell in love, or because you won the lottery. This joy is dependent on the outside world, so it can be taken away at any moment. It is a fragile joy. But the joy that comes from the breath, from the silence of the hara, is causeless. It is your very nature. You are not happy about something, you are just happy. You are joy itself. This is the difference between pleasure and bliss. Pleasure is of the body, it is always followed by pain. It is like a pendulum that moves from one side to the other. Happiness is of the mind, it is always followed by unhappiness. But bliss is of the soul, it has no opposite. Once you have tasted bliss even for a single moment, your life can never be the same again. You have seen the truth, and the truth has set you free. And the door to this bliss is always with you. It is right under your nose. Literally, it is the breath. But we are so conditioned to look for the complex that we miss the simple. We think that the truth must be something very difficult, something that requires years of sacrifice and penance. We think we have to stand on our heads or go to the mountains. I tell you, there is no need to go anywhere. Existence has already given you everything you need. You are a complete package. The kingdom of God is within you, and the breath is the key to the palace. Why do you think you feel so good when you are near the ocean or in the mountains? It is not just the scenery. It is because in those places the air is pure, and you naturally start to breathe more deeply. You relax. You drop your armor. You become part of the trees and the waves. But you don't have to go to the mountains to feel this. You can create that mountain within yourself. You can create that ocean in your own heart. By mastering the breath, you carry your own environment with you. You become an oasis in the middle of a desert. Look at how people live today. They are so tense that even their relaxation is a form of work. They go to the gym and they work out. They go on vacation and they do sightseeing. They are always doing. They don't know how to just be. And because they don't know how to be, they are constantly leaking energy. They are like a bucket with 100 holes. No matter how much water you pour in, it remains empty. Meditation is the art of plugging those holes. When you breathe with awareness, you are not leaking energy. You are accumulating it. You are becoming a reservoir of life. And when you are full of energy, that energy naturally turns into love. You don't have to try to be loving. Love is simply the fragrance of a soul that is full of life. If you are empty, you will always be a beggar, asking for love from others. But if you are full, you will be a giver. You will share your joy, because you have so much of it that you cannot contain it. This is the secret of a successful relationship. Two beggars cannot help each other. They only make each other more miserable. But two emperors, two people who are full of their own light, can share their lives in a dance of celebration. They are not together because they need each other. They are together because they have so much to give. And this fullness begins with the breath. It begins with the simple realization that you are already enough. In my meditations, especially the dynamic meditation, the second stage is explosion. After the chaotic breathing has stirred up your energy, you must let it out. You must scream, you must jump, you must laugh, you must dance. Why? Because the modern man is a suppressed animal. You have so much civilized garbage inside you that it has become a poison. You need a catharsis. You need to clear the way so that the breath can reach the navel without any obstruction. Many people are afraid of this stage. They think, what will people say? I will look like a madman. But I tell you, you are already mad. Your sanity is just a thin layer of social etiquette. Underneath that layer, you are a boiling volcano of repressed desires, fears, and frustrations. It is better to be a madman for 1 hour in meditation than to remain a suppressed, miserable human being for your whole life. Once the explosion is over, once you have thrown out all the poison, then comes the third stage, the who sound. You jump with your arms raised and shout, who, who, who. This sound hits the navel center directly. It is like a hammer hitting a nail. It wakes up the hara. It forces the energy to rise from the base of the spine to the top of the head. When the energy reaches the head, you feel a sudden clarity, a sudden light. You are no longer the same person who started the meditation. And then comes the fourth stage, silence. Suddenly, I say stop, and you freeze. In that moment of total stillness, you are neither the body nor the mind. You are just a point of awareness. You are like a statue, but a statue that is intensely alive. In that silence, you hear the music of the spheres. You hear the heartbeat of existence. You realize that you are not separate from the stars or the earth. You are the whole. This silence is not something you can produce. You cannot make silence. You can only create the conditions in which silence can happen. The chaotic breathing, the catharsis, the who sounds, these are all just preparations. They are like plying the field. Once the field is ready, the silence descends like a gift from the heavens. You don't have to do anything to get it. You just have to be available. This availability is what I call religiousness. It has nothing to do with being a Hindu, a Muslim, or a Christian. It has to do with being open to the mystery of life. And the breath is the most accessible part of that mystery. It is the bridge between the material and the spiritual. It is the bridge between the known and the unknown. If you can understand the breath, you have understood the whole of philosophy. But don't try to understand it with your mind. The mind is a very poor tool for understanding life. The mind can only understand parts. It can never understand the whole. To understand the whole, you must use your whole being. You must breathe with your whole being. You must feel with your whole being. When you are in deep love, you don't think about love, do you? You are love. When you are in deep meditation, you don't think about meditation. You are meditation. And when you are in deep breathing, you don't think about the breath. You are the breath. This being is the goal. This being is the home you have been looking for. We are all travelers on this earth. We come from the unknown and we go back to the unknown. The time we spend here is very short. Don't waste it in trivialities. Don't waste it in fighting for money, power, and prestige. These things will be taken away from you in the moment of death. Only that which you have found within yourself will go with you. Only your awareness, your silence, and your bliss are eternal. And the breath is the vehicle that carries these treasures. So treat your breath with respect. Treat it with love. Don't take it for granted. Every breath is a miracle. If you can see the miracle in a single breath, you will see the miracle in everything. You will see that the whole of existence is a miracle. the way the flowers bloom, the way the stars move, the way the birds sing. It is all a divine dance. And you are part of it. You are not a spectator. You are a participant. So join the dance. Let the breath be your rhythm. Let the awareness be your light. And let the silence be your song. There is nowhere to go, nothing to achieve. You are already there. You have always been there. You just need to wake up and see it. The process of waking up is not a struggle. It is a relaxation. It is a letting go. Most of our problems exist because we are holding on so tightly. We are holding on to our ideas, our possessions, our identities. We are afraid that if we let go, we will disappear. And I tell you, yes, you will disappear. Your ego will disappear. Your me will disappear. But what remains is the true I, the universal self. When the wave disappears, the ocean remains. Are you the wave or are you the ocean? If you think you are the wave, you will always be afraid of the source. You will always be afraid of disappearing. But if you know you are the ocean, what is there to fear? One wave goes, another wave comes. It is all the same water. Your body is a wave. Your breath is a wave. But your being is the ocean. Meditation on the breath is the quickest way to realize this oceanhood. It is the quickest way to drop the small me and become the big I. And it doesn't require any special equipment. You don't need a temple. You don't need a mantra. You don't need a priest. You only need your own breath and your own awareness. So as you go about your day, keep a small corner of your awareness on your breath. Whatever you are doing, just remember the breath. Let it be like a background music to your life. When you are eating, feel the breath. When you are walking, feel the breath. When you are talking, feel the breath. This will change the very quality of your actions. Your eating will become a meditation. Your walking will become a dance. Your talking will become a poetry. You will become more graceful. You will move through the world with a certain poise, a certain elegance. This is not the elegance of the body. It is the elegance of the soul. It is the beauty that comes when the inner and the outer are in harmony. And the breath is the conductor of this harmony. It keeps the different parts of your being in sync. When the breath is deep and rhythmic, your body is at peace. When the body is at peace, the mind is quiet. When the mind is quiet, the soul is visible. It is as simple as that. The logic is perfect. The experience is infallible. All that is needed is your participation. I am here to invite you into this participation. I am not here to give you a new belief system. I am here to give you a method, a technique, an experiment. Try it and see for yourself. Don't believe me because I say so. Believe your own experience. If it brings you more joy, if it brings you more peace, if it makes you more loving, then it is true. If not, then drop it and look for something else. But I know from my own experience and from the experience of thousands of seekers that the path of the breath is the most direct path to the truth. It is the great way. It is the path that has been walked by the Buddhas, the Lao Tzus, the Kabirs. They all emphasized the breath. They all knew that the secret of life is hidden in the rhythm of the inhalation and the exhalation. They all knew that the breath is the signature of the divine on the canvas of the human body. So let us be signatures of the divine. Let us be living witnesses to the mystery. Let us breathe with totality and live with ecstasy. This is the only way to live. Everything else is just a slow way of dying. Choose life, choose the breath, choose the now. The now is the only time there is. And the breath is the only thing that happens in the now. If you can stay with your breath, you will stay in the now. And if you stay in the now, you have reached the goal. There is no other goal. The now is the destination. The now is the God you have been looking for. In this now, everything is perfect. There is no lack, there is no desire, there is no fear. There is only the sheer joy of being. This joy is your birthright. Don't sell it for a mess of pottage. Don't sell it for the toys of the world. Keep your inner treasure safe, and the way to keep it safe is to keep it alive through awareness. The more aware you are, the more alive you are. The more alive you are, the more divine you are. Awareness is the alchemy that turns the lead of the body into the gold of the spirit. And the breath is the fire that fuels this alchemy. Keep the fire burning. Keep the awareness sharp. Keep the breath deep. This is my message to you. This is my gift to you. Take it and use it. Don't just store it in your memory. Let it become part of your blood and bones. Let it transform you. Let it make you a new human being, a man of meditation, a man of celebration, a man of truth. The world needs such people. The world is suffering because it is full of sleepwalkers, people who are breathing but are not aware that they are breathing, people who are living but are not aware that they are alive. We need people who are awake. We need people who can see the beauty of existence and share it with others. Be one of those people. Be a light unto yourself. And when you are a light unto yourself, you naturally become a light to others. You don't have to try to help the world. Your very presence will be a help. Your very silence will be a healing. Your very joy will be a blessing. So let us continue this journey into the depths of our own being. Let us dive into the ocean of the breath and find the pearls of silence. The pearls are there waiting for you. You just need to have the courage to dive deep. And the breath is the oxygen that will keep you alive during the dive. Trust the breath, trust yourself, trust existence. Everything is as it should be. You are exactly where you need to be. Just breathe and be happy. This is the ultimate wisdom. This is the art of ecstasy. As we move forward, we will explore even more subtle dimensions of the breath, how it connects to our energy centers, how it can be used to heal the body, and how it can lead us to the final explosion of enlightenment. But always remember, the foundation is the simple awareness of the breath. Never lose sight of the foundation. The taller the building, the deeper the foundation must be. So let your foundation be the navel, the hara, the deep natural breath of a child. Return to your childhood, not in a biological sense, but in a spiritual sense. Become innocent again. Become curious again. Become a wanderer in this wonderful world. And let the breath be your guide. The path is long, but it is also very short, because every step is the destination. You don't have to wait for the end of the road to be happy. You can be happy right now with this very breath. This is the beauty of the path of meditation. It is not a promise of future happiness. It is a realization of present bliss. So breathe. Breathe for the sake of breathing. Live for the sake of living. And love for the sake of loving. There is no why. Life has no why. It is its own purpose. It is its own meaning. Once you understand this, All your tensions disappear. You are no longer trying to get somewhere. You are just enjoying the journey, and what a beautiful journey it is. What a magnificent existence we find ourselves in. Let us not be ungrateful. Let us show our gratitude through our celebration. Let our breath be a hymn of praise to the Creator. Let our awareness be a prayer. In this spirit, let us move into the next moment. Not as the same person who started this talk, but as a more aware, more alive, and more loving being. Let the transformation continue. Let the breath change everything. I leave you in this silence, in this awareness. Keep breathing. Keep watching. Keep being. The truth is here. The truth is now. The truth is you. This silence is not an absence of sound. It is a presence of being. It is the very resonance of the universe within your own chest. When you sit in this awareness, you begin to realize that you are not a separate entity trying to connect with existence. You are the connection. The breath is simply the visible manifestation of this eternal union. It is like the pendulum of a clock, moving back and forth, keeping the time of the physical world, while the clock itself remains rooted in the wall of eternity. Let us look deeper into the mechanics of this miracle. There are 4 dimensions to every breath you take, and each dimension holds a secret key to a different level of consciousness. The first is the inhalation, the drawing in of life, the taking in of the outside world. This is the masculine energy, the aggressive move of the soul to claim its space in the universe. Then there is the first gap, the pause at the peak of the inhalation. For a fraction of a second, the lungs are full. The energy is at its zenith and everything stops. This is the moment of fullness, of being, where life is at its most intense. Then comes the exhalation, the letting go, the surrender, the giving back to the universe what you have taken. This is the feminine energy, the passive move of the soul to dissolve back into the whole. And finally, there is the second gap, the pause at the end of the exhalation. For a fraction of a second, the lungs are empty. The energy is at its nadir. And again, everything stops. This is the moment of emptiness, of non-being, of death. If you can become aware of these 4 stages, you will see the entire cycle of existence reflected in every single breath. The inhalation is birth, the top gap is life, the exhalation is dying, and the bottom gap is death. You are born and you die with every breath you take. If you can understand this, the fear of death will simply vanish. How can you be afraid of something that you are doing 24,000 times a day? Death is not something that happens at the end of life. It is a part of the very rhythm of life. It is the rest at the end of the sun. In the bottom gap, the moment when you are completely empty, you are at your closest to the source, because the source is a nothingness, a shunya. When you are empty of air, you are also empty of ego. For that split second, you are no longer a somebody, you are just a vacuum, a hollow bamboo. And because you are a vacuum, the divine can flow through you. This is why many ancient traditions emphasize the exhalation more than the inhalation. They say, let it all out, empty yourself so that you may be filled. But look at your life. You are so afraid of being empty. You want to keep everything. You want to hold your breath. You want to hold your money. You want to hold your emotions. You want to hold your lovers. This holding is the root of all misery. The moment you hold the breath, it becomes stale. It becomes poisonous. To stay alive, you must let it go. Life is a flow, not a collection. The more you give, the more you receive. This is the law of the breath, and it is the law of the soul. When you practice being aware of the gap between the breaths, something very strange starts to happen. You will notice that in that gap, there are no thoughts. The mind is like a parasite. It lives on the movement of the breath. Thoughts are like the ripples on the surface of a lake. If the water is moving, the ripples are there. If the water stops, the ripples disappear. The breath is the movement of the water. When the breath stops in the gap, the mind suddenly finds itself without a foundation. It freezes. In that freezing, you get a glimpse of your true nature, which is beyond the mind. This is why I say that meditation is not a mental effort, it is a physiological shift. You are not trying to stop your thoughts. If you try to stop your thoughts, you will only create more thoughts. Thoughts about stopping thoughts. It is a vicious circle. Instead, you just watch the breath. You watch the inhalation. You watch the gap. You watch the exhalation. You watch the gap. By watching the gaps, the thoughts naturally fall away like dry leaves falling from a tree. You don't have to pull them off, they just go because their time is over. This awareness must be very subtle. It should not be a tension. If you are too focused, you will miss the gap. It is like trying to see a very faint star in the night sky. If you look at it directly, it disappears. You have to look at it slightly to the side with a soft gaze. Awareness of the breath should be like that, a soft, relaxed witnessing. You are like a man sitting by the side of a road, watching the cars go by. You are not interested in where the cars are going or who is driving them. You are just watching the movement. As your awareness becomes more refined, you will start to feel the quality of the air you are breathing. It is not just oxygen, it is prana. Prana is the vitality that permeates the universe. When you breathe with awareness, you are drinking in this vitality. You will feel a certain glow in your body. You will feel a certain electricity in your skin. You will feel that your eyes are becoming more clear, your voice more resonant. This is because you are no longer just surviving, you are being nourished by the cosmic source. Most people are undernourished spiritually because they breathe so poorly. Their breathing is like a flickering candle in a drafty room. It is barely enough to keep the flame alive. I want your breath to be like a great bonfire. I want it to roar with life. This is why I emphasize the chaotic methods. They are designed to break the old patterns of shallow breathing. They are designed to push you to your limits so that you can find the unlimited. You see, the body has a memory. Every trauma you have ever experienced, every heartbreak, every insult is stored in the tissues of your body. And they are all connected to your breathing. When you were a child and someone hit you, you probably held your breath to numb the pain. That held breath became a knot in your energy system. You carry thousands of these knots. They make your body stiff, they make your mind anxious, and they make your life a burden. When you breathe chaotically, when you breathe with total intensity, you are breaking these knots. You are shaking the very foundations of your body memory. You are releasing the trapped energy. This is why people often laugh or cry or scream during meditation. It is a deep cleaning of the cellular structure. You are literally breathing out your past. You are exhaling your childhood wounds, your social conditioning, your religious indoctrinations, and as the past leaves, the now enters. This is the only way to be free. You cannot be free by thinking about freedom. You can only be free by clearing the space within yourself. If a room is full of old furniture and garbage, you cannot bring in anything new. You first have to throw out the old. The breath is the broom. Use it. Don't be afraid of the dust that rises when you start sweeping. The dust was always there. You are just seeing it now. Let it rise, let it pass, and soon the room will be clean and fresh. In this cleanliness, a new kind of feeling arises, an existential feeling. Usually, your feelings are about something. You feel sad about a loss. You feel happy about a gain. These are not real feelings. They are just reactions of the mind. Existential feeling is different. It is a feeling of just being. You feel a deep sense of gratitude, not for anything in particular, but just because you are. You feel a deep sense of love, not for any specific person, but just because love is your nature. This existential feeling is the goal of all my teachings. I want you to become so rooted in your own being that nothing can shake you. I want you to become like a mountain, firm, silent, and majestic. The winds may blow, the storms may rage, but the mountain remains unmoved. And the roots of this mountain are in your breath. Let us explore the connection between breath and sex. This is a topic that many spiritual teachers avoid, but I want to talk about it because it is fundamental. Sex is the lowest point of your energy, and samadhi is the highest. But the energy is the same. It is the same ladder. If you don't understand the first rung, you will never reach the last. In the act of sex, the breath becomes very intense. It becomes chaotic, rhythmic, and deep. In the moment of orgasm, the breath stops. That is why sex gives you a glimpse of joy, not because of the physical sensation, but because for a split second, the mind stops. The breath stops, the ego disappears, and you are in the now. But because you don't know the secret of the breath, you think the joy is coming from the other person. You think it is coming from the physical body. It is not. It is coming from the stillness that happens when the breath reaches its peak. If you can bring awareness to your breath during sex, the whole experience will be transformed. It will no longer be a release of tension. It will become a meditation. It will become Tantra. You will see that the energy is moving from the sex center up to the heart and then to the crown of the head. You will feel a circle of light being created between you and your partner. And this is only possible if you are not in a hurry. If you are breathing deeply and slowly, the energy can rise. If you are breathing fast and shallowly, the energy is discharged and lost. This is a great secret. The slower you breathe, the longer you live, and the deeper you experience life. Look at the animals. A dog breathes very fast and has a short life. A turtle breathes very slowly, maybe only 3 or 4 times a minute, and lives for hundreds of years. The rhythm of your breath is the rhythm of your life span. By slowing down the breath, you are not just adding years to your life, you are adding life to your years. You are becoming more conscious, more present, more here. But don't try to force the breath to be slow. If you force it, you will create tension. Instead, just watch it. As you watch it, it will naturally slow down. It is a law of nature. The watcher and the watched are not two. When the watcher becomes silent, the watched also becomes silent. When your awareness becomes deep, your breath becomes deep. It is a beautiful harmony. Let us return to the idea of the hara. This center, 2 inches below the navel, is the true center of your gravity. When you are in your head, you are top heavy. You are easily knocked over by the slightest problem. When you are in your hara, you are like one of those Japanese dolls that has a weight at the bottom. No matter how much you push it, it always returns to its center. This centeredness is the mark of a meditator. The breath is the only thing that can take you to the hara. When you breathe naturally, the belly expands on the inhalation and contracts on the exhalation. This movement is like a massage for the hara. It keeps the energy there alive and flowing. But most of you have forgotten how to breathe with your belly. You are so concerned with looking fit that you keep your belly tight. You want a flat stomach, so you pull it in. By pulling it in, you are committing a slow suicide. You are cutting off the flow of life to your very center. I say, forget about your appearance. Let the belly be soft. Let it move. If you have a little bit of a belly, it is a good sign. It means you are relaxed. Look at the statues of the Buddha. He is often depicted with a large, relaxed belly. This is not because he was overweight, it is because he was a belly breather. He was rooted in his hara. He was not living in his head. When you breathe from the hara, your whole perspective on life changes. You no longer see things as problems to be solved. You see them as situations to be lived. You become more patient. You become more accepting. You realize that everything has its own time. The flowers don't hurry to bloom, and the sun doesn't hurry to set. Everything moves in a grand, slow rhythm. When you are in your hara, you are in tune with that rhythm. This is the meaning of Tao. Tao is the natural way. It is the way of the water, which always finds the lowest point and yet is the most powerful force in nature. Water is soft, but it can wear away the hardest rock. Your breath is like water. It is soft, it is invisible, and yet it can dissolve the hardest ego. It can wear away the most stubborn habits. But you must allow it to work. You must stay with it. Don't be a fair weather meditator. Don't just breathe when things are going well. Breathe when you are in pain. Breathe when you are angry. Breathe when you are bored, especially when you are bored. Boredom is a great opportunity. It means the mind has nothing to do. Usually you try to escape boredom by watching television or talking to someone or checking your phone. I said, don't escape. Be bored. Sit with your boredom and watch your breath. In the middle of boredom, a great silence can happen. Because boredom is just the surface of the mind. Underneath the boredom is a vast emptiness. If you can stay with the boredom long enough, you will fall through it into the emptiness. And that emptiness is the source of all creativity. It is the womb of the universe. This is why I love the silence. Not the silence of a library, but the silence of a heart that has found its home. In that silence, there is a music that no instrument can play. There is a light that no sun can provide. And that music and that light are you. You are the source. You are the goal. You are the traveler and the road. The breath is the path that leads you to this realization. It is a path that you carry with you wherever you go. You don't need to buy a ticket. You don't need to pack a suitcase. You just need to be aware. One single conscious breath is enough to bring you back to yourself. One single conscious breath can bridge the gap between the mundane and the sacred. Think of your life as a great experiment. Every day, every moment is an opportunity to see how the breath affects your reality. When someone shouts at you, instead of shouting back, just take a deep breath. See what happens. The anger will still be there, but it will be at a distance. You will be the watcher, and the anger will be like a cloud passing by. You will have the freedom to choose how to respond. You are no longer a slave to your reactions. This is the only real power in the world, the power over oneself. It is not the power to control others. It is the power to remain centered in the midst of chaos. And this power is given to you by the breath. It is the ultimate shield. It is the ultimate weapon. It is the ultimate friend. As we continue to sit together, let the words I am saying be like seeds. Don't try to memorize them. Don't try to analyze them. Just let them fall into the soil of your heart. If the soil is ready, if you are breathing and aware, these seeds will sprout. They will become your own experience. They will become your own truth. I am not here to give you my truth. My truth cannot be your truth. Truth is not something that can be transferred from one person to another. It is not a commodity. I can only share my vision with you. I can only point the way. You have to walk the path. You have to do the breathing. You have to be the awareness. But I can promise you one thing. The path is worth it. The journey is the reward. There is nothing more beautiful than the discovery of one's own inner world. It is the ultimate adventure. It is the only adventure that really matters. Everything else is just a distraction. So let the distractions fall away. Let the noise of the world fade into the background. Come back to the center. Come back to the breath. Come back to the now. This is the only place where life is happening. This is the only place where the divine is waiting for you. In the coming stages of our talk, we will delve into the relationship between the breath and the 7 chakras. We will see how the breath can be used to awaken the sleeping energy of Kundalini. We will see how the breath can transform our very DNA. But for now, Just stay with the simplicity of the breath. Don't get ahead of yourself. The root is more important than the flower. If the root is strong, the flower will come in its own time. The root is the navel. The root is the breath. The root is the now. Stay here. Breathe here. Be here. The whole of existence is supporting you. You are not alone. You are part of a vast, intelligent, and loving universe. And the breath is the proof of that love. Every breath you take is existence saying yes to you. Every breath is a confirmation of your worthiness. You don't have to be special to be loved by existence. You just have to be. You are a unique manifestation of the divine. There has never been anyone like you, and there will never be anyone like you again. You are a masterpiece in progress, and the breath is the brush that is painting the picture. So let the brush move, let the breath flow, let the life happen. Don't resist. Resistance is the only sin. Acceptance is the only virtue. Accept your breath. Accept your body. Accept your feelings. And accept this moment exactly as it is. In this total acceptance, the ego dissolves. And when the ego dissolves, God is. God is not a person sitting in the sky. God is another name for the totality of existence. God is the name of the dance, and you are the dancer. The breath is the music, so dance. Dance with all your heart. Dance with every cell of your body. Let the breath be your rhythm, and let the awareness be your light. This is the art of ecstasy. This is the art of celebration. This is the way of the Buddha. It is a way that is open to everyone at every moment. You don't need to be a scholar. You don't need to be a saint. You just need to be a breather, a conscious breather. As we move into the next phase, let this understanding deepen. Let it become a part of your very being. Don't let it remain just an idea in your head. Ideas are cheap. Experience is everything. So experience your breath, feel it, taste it, smell it, be it. The more you become one with your breath, the more you will realize that there is no you separate from the world. The air that is inside you now was inside a tree a moment ago. It was inside a bird. It was inside a cloud. it was inside another human being. We are all breathing each other. We are all eating each other. We are all part of one giant breathing organism. This realization is the end of all conflict. How can I fight you if I am breathing you? How can I hate you if you are part of my own life force? This is the foundation of a new humanity. A humanity that is based on the realization of our organic unity. And this unity is not a political slogan, it is a physiological fact. It is a fact that you can verify with every breath. So breathe in the whole world and breathe out yourself into the whole world. Let there be a constant exchange. Let the boundaries melt. Let the me and the other disappear. There is only the breath. There is only the life. There is only the now. Stay in this space. Stay in this awareness. Don't let the mind pull you away. The mind will try. It will bring up worries. It will bring up plans. It will bring up memories. Just watch them and return to the breath. The breath is your home. Whenever you feel lost, whenever you feel overwhelmed, just come home to the breath. It is always there waiting for you with open arms. In this home, there is no judgment. There is no right or wrong. There is only the pure, innocent flow of life. Be that flow. Be that innocence. Be that life. This is the highest prayer. This is the ultimate meditation. As we continue, we will explore the deeper dimensions of the turning of the breath. This is a technique that has been used for thousands of years to achieve instantaneous enlightenment. It sounds simple, but it requires a very high level of awareness. We will see how to catch that moment when the inhalation turns into the exhalation and the exhalation turns into the inhalation. In that turning point, the world disappears and the divine appears. But before we get there, make sure your foundation is solid. Make sure you are relaxed. Make sure you are breathing from your belly. Make sure you are present in your body. Don't be a ghost in your own house. Occupy your body. Feel your toes, feel your fingers, feel your skin. The more you are in your body, the easier it will be to find the breath. The body is the gateway to the soul. Don't neglect the gate. Keep it clean. Keep it healthy and keep it open. And the breath is the wind that blows through the gate, bringing the fragrance of the beyond into the here and now. So let us sit in this fragrance. Let us breathe in this peace. Let us be in this awareness. The journey is unfolding beautifully. There is no hurry. There is no goal to reach, because the goal is already here. The goal is this very moment. The goal is this very breath. Enjoy it. Celebrate it. Be it. The silence is deepening now. Can you feel it? It is not a silence that you have created. It is a silence that has always been there, hidden under the noise of your thoughts. Now that the thoughts are settling, the silence is revealing itself. It is like the stars that are always in the sky, even during the day, but you can only see them when the sun goes down. Now that the sun of the ego is setting, the stars of your inner being are becoming visible. Watch them, admire them, be them. You are made of the same stuff as the stars. You are light, you are energy, you are consciousness. And the breath is the bridge that connects your light to the cosmic light. Stay with this bridge. Don't cross it yet. Just be on it. Be in the middle, between the earth and the sky, between the body and the soul. This middle path is the path of the Buddha. It is the path of balance. It is the path of harmony. In this balance, you will find a joy that is not followed by sadness. You will find a peace that is not followed by conflict. You will find a love that is not followed by hate. You will find the eternal. And the eternal is breathing through you right now. Listen to its sound. Feel its rhythm. It is the most beautiful thing in the world. It is the only thing in the world. Let us be silent together for a moment, just breathing, just being. No words are needed now. The breath says it all. The silence says it all. Existence says it all. Just be. Just breathe. Just be. When you are in this state of just being, a new dimension of the breath reveals itself to you. It is the dimension of the stop. In the ancient scriptures of the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, which contain 112 methods of meditation, the very first methods are concerned entirely with the breath. Why? Because the breath is the most immediate reality. It is not a theory. It is not a theology. It is something that is happening right now, whether you are a believer or an atheist, whether you are a sinner or a saint. The breath does not care about your labels. It only cares about your life. The first technique Shiva gives to Parvati is so simple that it seems impossible. He says, when the breath is turning from down to up, and again when the breath is turning from up to down, through both these turnings realize. This sounds like a technical instruction, but it is a map to the ultimate. You see, the breath is a circle. When you breathe in, there is a moment, a pinpoint, where the inhalation ends. For a split second, it is no longer moving in, but it has not yet started moving out. In that tiny gap, where the breath is neither coming nor going, you are in a state of absolute suspension. That point is the turning. This turning is the center of your existence. If you can catch your consciousness at that exact point, you will realize that you are not the body and you are not the mind. Because the mind requires movement. The mind is a traveler. It needs a road. In that gap, the road disappears. The breath has stopped, and with it, the mind has no choice but to stop. This is the moment of realization. It is the door to the beyond. But usually, you are so fast, so unconscious, that you jump over the turning. You are like a person rushing from one room to another. You don't see the threshold. You don't see the door. You are only interested in the destination. But in meditation, there is no destination. The threshold is the destination. The gap is the goal. I want you to become very sensitive to this gap. Don't try to create it. It is already there. If you try to create it, you will be doing a breathing exercise. And that is not meditation. Exercises are for the body. Meditation is for the soul. Just sit and let the breath flow naturally. As the breath comes in, follow it. Be like a shadow to your breath. When the breath goes in, you go in. When the breath comes to the turning point, you stay there. Just for that split second, be in that silence. Then as the breath moves out, you move out. This is the most subtle work you can do. It requires a very delicate awareness, what I call wordless communication with existence. Usually we communicate through words. I say something, you hear something. But words are like a screen. They hide the reality. When you are watching your breath, don't say the word breath in your mind. Don't say in and don't say out. Just feel the movement. The moment you use a word, you have moved from the existential to the mental. You have missed the turning. Try this with a flower. Look at a rose. Feel its beauty, its fragrance. its velvet texture. But don't say it is a beautiful rose. The moment you say beautiful, you have categorized it. You have compared it with other roses in your memory. You have brought in the past. But the rose is in the present. It has nothing to do with your memory. If you can look at the rose without the word rose, without the word beauty, then suddenly the rose is no longer outside you. The rose and you become one presence. This is existential feeling. The same happens with the breath. If you can feel the breath without the word breath, you will see that it is not just air, it is a divine pulse. It is the heartbeat of the universe. And in the turning, you find the source of that pulse. You find the who, that is breathing. In my work with the stop technique, I have seen miracles happen. Sometimes when a group is dancing, singing, or breathing chaotically, I suddenly shout, "Stop!" In that moment, the body freezes, the breath freezes, and because the momentum was so high, the sudden stop creates a shock to the system. This shock throws the energy from the periphery to the center. It is like a fast-moving car that suddenly hits a wall. Everything inside is thrown forward. In that forward throw, your consciousness is thrown into the hara, into the center of your being. This stop is not just a physical stillness, it is a mental stillness. In that moment, you cannot think, you are simply there. This there-ness is what we are looking for. It is the state of the witness, and once you have tasted it, you can carry it into everything you do. You can be washing the dishes and suddenly you can stop internally. Not that you stop moving your hands, but the inner movement of the mind stops. You become a hollow bamboo. The water flows, the dishes are cleaned, but inside there is an absolute unmoving silence. This silence is the healing of the soul. All your tensions, all your anxieties arise because you are always moving. You are always going somewhere. Even when you are sitting still, your mind is running. You are a chronic runner. And because you are always running, you are always tired. You are exhausted. Your soul is exhausted. This exhaustion is what the modern world calls depression or stress. It is simply the lack of the stop. The breath is the only thing that can teach you how to stop. Because the breath is always stopping. It stops at the top and it stops at the bottom. It is a master of the stop. If you can learn from your own breathing, you will learn the greatest secret of life, the art of relaxation. Relaxation does not mean lying on a couch and watching television. That is just another form of movement, a mental movement. Real relaxation means being so centered in your breath that the world could end and you would still be in your silence. This centeredness is what I call the hara. I have talked about the navel before, but let us go deeper. The hara is not just a physical spot. It is the energy reservoir of your life. When you were a child, your energy was centered in the hara. That is why children are so full of life, so resilient. They can fall 100 times and they don't get hurt because their energy is flexible. Their center of gravity is low. But as you grow up, your center of gravity moves up to the chest and then to the head. You become a top-heavy structure. You become rigid. When you are in your head, you are always in conflict. The head is the place of either or, yes or no, right or wrong, good or bad. The head is a divider, but the hara is a unifier. In the hara there are no opposites. Everything is one. When you breathe into your belly, you are nourishing the hara. You are bringing the energy back to the base. You are becoming a mountain again. Look at the way a warrior moves. A real warrior, a master of Zen, archery, or swordsmanship, does not move from the head. If he thinks about his move, he is already dead. He moves from the hara. His movement is a spontaneous explosion of energy. It is not calculated. It is not planned. It is a response of the whole being. This is how I want you to live. I want you to live as a whole, not as a fragment. And the fragments are joined by the breath. The breath is the glue that keeps the body, the mind, and the soul together. If the glue is weak, the fragments start to fall apart. You feel fragmented. You feel like you are several different people. One person wants one thing, another person wants another thing. You are a house divided against itself. But when the breath is deep and conscious, the glue is strong. You become an integrated whole. You become an individual. The word individual means that which cannot be divided. Most people are not individuals. They are dividuals. They are split. But through the breath, you can find your unity. You can find that core which cannot be broken. This core is the eternal. It is the divine. It is the Buddha within. But to find this core, you must go through the chaos. You cannot reach the silence without going through the storm. This is the logic of my dynamic meditation. The first stage is the chaotic breathing. Why chaotic? Because your life is chaotic, but you have hidden it under a mask of order. I want to bring that chaos to the surface. I want you to breathe so intensely that the mask breaks. I want you to become a whirlwind. In that whirlwind, all your civilized ideas will be blown away. All your proper behavior will disappear. You will become an animal. You will become a force of nature. This is necessary. You have been a proper human being for too long, and it has made you dead. You need to return to your animal roots to find your spiritual wings. The roots of the tree are in the dark, dirty earth, but the flowers are in the sky, in the light. If you are afraid of the dark earth, you will never have the flowers. The chaotic breathing is the digging into the earth. It is a messy process. It is loud. It is intense. But it is the only way to reach the water. Once you have reached the water of your life force, then you can move to the next stage, the catharsis. You must let it out. If you are angry, be angry. If you are sad, be sad. If you feel like jumping, jump. Let the body do what it wants. Don't be the master. Be the servant of the body for once. When the body has expressed everything it has been holding for years, a great lightness comes. You feel like you could fly. This lightness is the beginning of the spiritual journey. Now, the breath is no longer a struggle. It is a song. It is a melody. Now you can move into the third stage, the who sound. This is where we hit the navel center. This is where we wake up the sleeping lion of the hara. When you shout who, the sound goes straight to the navel. It creates a vibration in the center of your being. This vibration starts to move the energy up the spine. This is the awakening of the Kundalini, the serpent power. This is not some mythical story. It is a physiological reality. When the energy moves up, it passes through the various chakras, or energy centers. Each chakra is a different dimension of consciousness. The first chakra is the sex center. When the breath and the energy hit this center, you feel a great vitality. If the energy stays here, it is expressed as sex. If it moves up to the second center, it becomes creativity. If it moves up to the third center, it becomes power. If it moves up to the fourth center, the heart, it becomes love. This is the transformation of the breath. The same air that keeps the body alive becomes the fuel for the fire of love. And as the energy moves even higher to the fifth center in the throat, it becomes expression, communication, and sound. To the sixth center, the third eye, it becomes intuition and vision. And finally, when it reaches the seventh center, the Sahasrara, at the top of the head, it becomes enlightenment. It becomes the 1,000-petaled lotus. But all of this depends on the breath. The breath is the elevator that carries the energy from the ground floor to the penthouse. If the elevator is broken, you are stuck in the basement. And the elevator is broken in most people because they don't know how to breathe. They are breathing only enough to stay in the basement. They are afraid of the heights. I tell you, don't be afraid. The view from the top is magnificent. The whole of existence is visible from there. You can see the stars, you can see the sun, you can see the infinite. But to get there, you must trust the elevator. You must trust the breath. You must allow the breath to be as deep and as powerful as possible. This is why I speak so much about totality. Whatever you do, do it totally. If you breathe, breathe totally. If you dance, dance totally. If you love, love totally. Totality is the only way to transform energy. If you are half-hearted, nothing will happen. You will just remain in a lukewarm state, neither hot nor cold. And existence has no place for the lukewarm. Existence loves the extremes. It loves the fire and it loves the ice. The breath can take you to both. It can take you to the fire of the chaotic stage and the ice of the silent stage. It can take you to the peak of the mountain and the depth of the ocean. It is the ultimate traveler's guide. And it is always with you, waiting for your attention. Let us look at the stop technique again in the context of your daily life. You don't have to be in a meditation hall to practice it. You can be walking down the street and suddenly, for no reason at all, just stop. Don't move a single muscle. For 30 seconds, be a statue. In that sudden stillness, you will notice something incredible. The world continues to move. The cars honk, the people walk, the birds fly, but you are the unmoving center. You are the hub of the wheel. The wheel turns, but the hub is still. This stillness in the midst of movement is the greatest achievement a human being can reach. This is what it means to be a witness. You are in the world, but you are not of it. You are watching the play, but you are not the actor. And the breath is what reminds you of this stillness. Because even when the body stops, the breath continues. But it continues in a different way. It becomes so subtle, so rhythmic, that it is almost like the silence itself is breathing. In this stage, you start to understand the meaning of God. As I have said, God is not a person. God is a quality. God is the quality of this silence. God is the quality of this breath. God is the quality of this now. When you are in your breath, you are in God. When you are out of your breath, when you are in your mind, you are in the ego. The ego is the noise that prevents you from hearing the music of the breath. Meditation is nothing but the process of turning down the volume of the noise so that the music can be heard. It is a process of de-hypnosis. You have been hypnotized by society to believe that you are your name, your job, your body, your thoughts. I am here to de-hypnotize you. I am here to tell you that you are none of those things. You are the one who witnesses all of those things. And the breath is the closest you can get to that witness while still being in a body. Think of the breath as the interface between the software of the mind and the hardware of the body. If the interface is smooth, the whole system works perfectly. If the interface is glitchy, the system crashes. Your crashes are your illnesses, your frustrations, your failures. To fix the system, you don't need a new body or a new mind. You just need to fix the interface. You need to bring awareness to the breath. When you bring awareness to the breath, you are bringing light to the interface. And where there is light, darkness cannot exist. The darkness of your unconscious, the darkness of your suppressed emotions will simply evaporate in the light of conscious breathing. This is the alchemy of the soul. This is the transformation of the breath. I want you to feel this transformation right now. As you listen to me, don't just think about what I am saying. Feel the air moving in your chest. Feel the expansion and the contraction. Feel the life force vibrating in your fingertips. You are a miracle. You are a walking, breathing, talking miracle of existence. Don't take yourself for granted. Don't live like a beggar when you are an emperor. The emperor is the one who is the master of his own internal states. And the master of internal states is the one who is the master of his breath. If you can control your breath, you can control your emotions. If you can control your emotions, you can control your life. But control does not mean suppression. Control means mastery. It means knowing how to use the energy when you need it and how to let it go when you don't. Mastery is the art of effortless effort. It is like a master painter who moves the brush so naturally that it seems the brush is painting by itself. It is like a master musician whose fingers move on the strings as if they have a life of their own. This is the state of Zen. And this state is reached through the breath. In the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, Shiva gives many more techniques. One of them is consider your essence as light rays from center to center up the vertebrae, and so rises livingness in you. This is another breathing technique. As you breathe in, imagine that you are breathing in light. Imagine that the light is moving from the base of your spine to the top of your head. As you breathe out, imagine the light moving back down. This visualization combined with the breath creates a powerful energy circuit in your body. It cleanses the nervous system. It balances the brain hemispheres. It makes you more radiant. You will notice that after practicing this for even a few days, your skin starts to glow. Your eyes become more bright. This is because you are literally lighting up your inner house. You are no longer living in the dark. Another technique is to focus on the heart. Shiva says, Blessed One, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. This is the breath of the heart. Instead of breathing into the belly, you breathe into the heart center. You feel the breath as a soft, loving touch in the middle of your chest. This is the breath that heals relationships. This is the breath that dissolves loneliness. Because in the heart, you are connected to everyone. In the heart, there are no strangers. When you breathe from the heart, your voice changes. It becomes more warm, more compassionate. When you speak to someone from your heart, they don't just hear your words, they feel your being. This is the real communication. Everything else is just head-to-head talking, which is just a form of combat. Heart-to-heart breathing is a form of communion. I want you to try this next time you are with a loved one. Just sit together in silence and try to breathe in the same rhythm. Watch their breath and let your breath follow theirs. Soon you will feel that your hearts are beating as one. You will feel that the space between you has disappeared. This is the essence of love. Love is not an emotion. It is a shared rhythm. It is a shared breath. And the greatest love of all is the love for existence itself. This love happens when you realize that your breath is the same as the breath of the trees and the stars. When you realize that the same life force that moves through you moves through everything. This is the experience of the universal heart. In this experience, you are no longer a person, you are the universe. You are the ocean. But to reach the ocean, you must be willing to let go of the shore. The shore is your ego. The shore is your past. The shore is your identity. The breath is the river that takes you to the ocean. Don't hold on to the river banks. Let yourself be carried by the current. Trust the flow of your own life. This trust is the most difficult thing for the modern mind. We are taught to be suspicious. We are taught to be competitive. We are taught to be in control. But in meditation, these are all obstacles. You must learn to be in control by being out of control. You must learn to lead by following. You must learn to live by dying to each moment. And the breath shows you how to do this. Every exhalation is a death. Every inhalation is a rebirth. If you can die and be born every moment, you are always fresh. You are always new. You are always in the now. And in the now, there is no suffering. Suffering requires the past or the future, but the now is pure, unadulterated joy. So let the joy happen. Don't be so serious. Seriousness is a disease of the ego. Celebration is the health of the soul. Let your breath be a celebration. Let your awareness be a dance. Let your life be a song. You have been given this life not to suffer, but to rejoice. You have been given this body not to be a prison, but to be a temple. You have been given this breath not just to survive, but to transcend. Use these gifts. Don't let them go to waste. You are a guest in this beautiful universe. Be a good guest. Be an aware guest. Be a grateful guest. And the best way to show your gratitude is to be as happy as possible. Not for any reason, but just because you are alive, just because you can breathe, just because you can see the beauty of a flower and the light of the stars. This causeless happiness is the mark of a spiritual person. If you are happy, you are religious. If you are miserable, you are irreligious, no matter how much you go to the temple or the church. Happiness is the only criterion, and happiness is a choice. It is the choice to stay with the breath rather than the mind. It is the choice to stay in the now rather than the then. Choose wisely. Every breath is a choice. Every moment is an opportunity to choose heaven or hell. Hell is just the name for a life lived in unconsciousness. Heaven is the name for a life lived in total awareness. The choice is yours. The key is in your nostrils. I am here to encourage you. I am here to hold your hands as you take these first steps. But remember, the journey is yours. The experience is yours. I can only point the way. You must walk the path. And the path is beautiful. It is full of surprises. It is full of light. It is full of love. As we go deeper into the silence, let the words I have spoken be like the sound of a bell. The sound comes and it goes, but the silence that follows is deeper than the silence that came before. Let this silence settle in you. Let it become your home. The journey continues. We have much more to explore. We will talk about the connection between breath and the void. We will talk about the belly laugh as a form of pranayam. We will talk about how to use the breath to enter the state of no mind instantly. But for now, just be with what you have discovered. Let it sink in. Let it become part of your daily rhythm. Remember, meditation is not a part-time job. It is a full-time passion. It is a way of life. It is the art of being alive. And you are the artist. The breath is your medium. Existence is your canvas. Go forth and create something beautiful. Create a life of awareness. Create a life of celebration. Create a life of ecstasy. It is possible. It is within you. It is only a breath away. Stay with the breath. Stay with the silence. Stay with the love. I am always with you in this shared breath, in this eternal silence. Let us be. Just let us be. This silence is not a vacuum. It is a plenum. It is full of potential, full of the unmanifested. When you are truly silent, you are not just not speaking, you are being. And in this state of being, the breath takes on a quality that is almost ghostly, almost transparent. It is as if the air itself has become conscious. You are no longer breathing in matter, you are breathing in spirit. This is what the ancients called the pneuma, the spiritus. It is the same root for breath and spirit. To be inspired is to be filled with this divine breath. But the ego is terrified of this silence. The ego lives in the noise of the I. It needs the friction of thoughts to feel its own existence. When you sit in silence and watch the breath, the friction disappears. You become smooth, like a pebble in a river, and the ego starts to panic. It says, if I don't think, I will die. If I don't worry, I will disappear. And I say to you, let it die. Let it disappear. This death of the ego is the birth of the soul. The breath is the midwife of this birth. It gently guides you out of the narrow canal of the mind and into the vastness of existence. This vastness is what we call the wide or Sunya. In the West, wide sounds like a negative thing, like an empty hole. But in the East, Sunya is the most positive word we have. It means a nothingness that is so full it overflows. It is like the zero in mathematics. It is nothing, and yet it is the source of all numbers. You are that zero. You are that void. And the breath is the bridge that leads you there. When you catch the gap between the inhalation and the exhalation, you are looking into the void. You are looking into your own original face. The face you had before you were born. Usually, you are afraid of the void because you associate it with death. But death is only the end of the mask. The person you think you are is just a mask, a persona. The word persona comes from the Greek word for the masks worn by actors in a theater. You have many masks: the mask of the father, the mask of the employee, the mask of the citizen. But who are you behind the masks? If you take them all off, what remains? The mind says nothing. I say everything. You are the empty sky in which the clouds of the persona move. To experience this sky, you must learn the art of letting go. And there is no better teacher of letting go than the exhalation. Most people are inhalers. They want to take in, to possess, to hold. They are afraid to let go. But you cannot take another breath until you have let the current one go. This is the basic law of life. You must give in order to receive. You must die in order to be born. The exhalation is a small death. If you can learn to love the exhalation, you will learn to love death itself. You will see that death is not an enemy, but a friend. who brings you back to the source. When you breathe out, feel yourself dissolving. Feel the boundaries of your body melting into the air. Don't stop the breath. Let it go as far as it wants to go. And at the very end of the exhalation, there is a moment of total emptiness. This is the stop of existence. In that emptiness, there is no me. There is only a vast, silent space. If you can stay in that space, even for a second, you have touched the eternal. You have touched that which was never born and will never die. This is why I suggest that you emphasize the exhalation in your meditation. Instead of trying to take deep breaths in, just focus on letting the breath out completely. Let it be a deep, long surrender. And as the air leaves your body, let your tensions leave with it. Let your worries leave with it. Let your very identity leave with it. Become a nobody as you exhale. And then see how existence rushes back in. The inhalation happens on its own. You don't have to do it. Existence wants you to live. It breathes into you. This is the grace of existence. You are being lived. Once you realize that you are being lived, the whole burden of doing falls away. You no longer feel that you have to carry the world on your shoulders. You are like a leaf on a river, or a feather in the wind. You go where the current takes you. This is the state of Sahaj, the natural state. It is a state of total relaxation, total trust. And the breath is the pulse of this trust. Let us talk about the belly laugh. This is one of the most powerful breathing techniques I know, although it doesn't look like a technique at all. When you laugh from your belly, not from your throat, but from the very depth of your hara, your whole breathing system is revolutionized. A deep laugh is a total exhalation. It clears out all the stale air from the bottom of your lungs. It breaks the armoring around your solar plexus. It releases the suppressed energy of the navel center. When you laugh, you cannot think. Have you noticed? If you are really laughing, your mind stops. You are in the now. Laughter is a bridge from the mind to the soul. It is a form of prayer. I have always said that a sense of humor is more important than any scripture. A man who can laugh at himself is on the way to enlightenment. A man who can laugh with existence is already there. In my no mind meditation, I use laughter as the first stage. We start by just laughing for no reason. In the beginning, it might feel forced, but soon the energy of laughter takes over. You become a laughing gas. You are no longer a person who is laughing. You are the laughter itself. Every cell of your body vibrates with joy. This joy is not about anything. It is the joy of the breath reaching the center. It is the joy of the energy moving freely through the body. After 10 minutes of such laughter, when you sit in silence, the silence is so deep that you can hear your own heart beat. You can hear the unstruck sound of the universe. This unstruck sound is what the ancient masters called Anhadnad. It is the music that is happening all the time, but we cannot hear it because of the noise of our minds. It is like the stars that are always there, but we only see them when the sun goes down. When the sun of the ego and the mind goes down, the inner music becomes audible. And the breath is the instrument that plays this music. As you become more aware of your breath, you will start to notice that it has a sound. If you listen very closely, you can hear a subtle vibration as the air moves through the throat and the nostrils. In the East, we call this the So-Hum mantra. So is the sound of the inhalation. Hum is the sound of the exhalation. So-Hum means that I am. With every breath, your body is repeating the greatest truth of the universe. I am that. I am the divine. I am the whole. You don't have to repeat the mantra with your mind. The body is already saying it. You just have to listen. This listening is meditation. You are not doing a mantra. You are hearing a mantra that is already happening. This is the difference between a man-made religion and an existential religion. A man-made religion gives you a name to repeat, a book to read, a rule to follow. An existential religion gives you your own breath. It tells you to listen to your own life force. It tells you that you are already what you are looking for. This realization brings a great peace. You no longer feel that you are lacking something. You no longer feel that you have to become something else. You are that. You are the So-Hum. And this that is not something in the future. It is right now, in this very breath. This is the breath of life. But to stay with this breath of life, you must be very alert. The mind is a great deceiver. It will try to turn the breath into a routine. It will try to make it mechanical. The moment the breath becomes mechanical, you are no longer aware of it. You are back in the dream. To stay awake, you must treat every breath as if it were the first breath you have ever taken and the last. Every breath is unique. It has a different temperature, a different texture, a different rhythm. If you can stay interested in the uniqueness of each breath, your awareness will grow by leaps and bounds. This interest, this curiosity is the quality of a child. I want you to become like children again, not childish, but childlike. A child is full of wonder. He looks at a pebble as if it were a diamond. He looks at a butterfly as if it were a miracle. And he breathes with his whole body. Have you ever watched a baby sleeping? His whole body is involved in the breathing. His belly moves, his chest moves, his toes even seem to vibrate. He is a total breather. As you grow up, you became civilized, and your breathing became compartmentalized. You started breathing only from the top of your lungs. You became a partial breather. And a partial breather is a partial liver. To live totally, you must breathe totally. You must allow the breath to reach every corner of your being. You must allow it to touch the dark, forgotten places of your unconscious. When the breath reaches the unconscious, it brings light. It starts to deprogram you. You have been programmed by your parents, your teachers, your society, your religion. You are like a computer that is full of old, useless files. The breath is like a format command. It clears the hard drive. It deletes the programs of fear, of guilt, of greed, of ambition, and it returns you to your factory settings, your original innocence. This innocence is not ignorance. It is a profound wisdom. It is the wisdom of the heart. The heart knows things that the head cannot even imagine. The head is always worried about why and how. The heart is only interested in now. And the breath is the language of the heart. When you are in your heart, your breath is soft and rhythmic. When you are in your head, it is jagged and fast. I want you to try a small experiment. Next time you feel stressed or confused, just put your hand on your heart. Close your eyes and feel the breath entering the heart center. Imagine that your heart is breathing, not your lungs. Within a few minutes, you will feel a shift. The confusion will start to clear. A sense of warmth and peace will spread through your body. This is because you have shifted your center of gravity from the head to the heart. You have moved from the thinking center to the feeling center. And feeling is the door to being. You cannot think your way to God but you can feel your way to existence. You can feel the wind on your skin. You can feel the sun on your face, and you can feel the breath in your lungs. This feeling is real. Everything else is just a story you are telling yourself. The mind is a storyteller. It is always narrating your life. Now I am doing this, now I am feeling that, now that person said this to me. This narration creates the ego. The ego is nothing but a collection of stories. If you stop the narration, the ego disappears. And the easiest way to stop the narration is to focus on the breath. Because the breath has no story. It has no past and no future. It is just a fact. By staying with the fact of the breath, you are staying in the truth. Truth is not an idea. Truth is what is. The breath is. Your awareness is. The silence is. When you are in tune with what is, you are in a state of meditation. And in this state, the art of ecstasy becomes your daily reality. Ecstasy is not something that happens once in a blue moon. It is the natural fragrance of a life lived in awareness. If you are not in ecstasy, it means you are asleep. It means you are missing the party. Existence is a non-stop party. The trees are dancing. The stars are singing, the birds are celebrating. Only man is sitting in a corner, worried about his bank balance or his reputation. It is absurd. It is a cosmic joke. I am here to help you see the joke. I am here to help you join the party. And the ticket to the party is your breath. Don't look for it in the scriptures. Don't look for it in the temples. Look for it in your own nostrils. Look for it in your own belly. Look for it in the silent gap between the thoughts. When you find it, you will realize that you have never been separate from the divine. You will realize that the search was a misunderstanding. You were looking for something that you already had. You were like a man who is wearing his glasses and looking all over the house for them. All he needs to do is settle down and be. This settling down is the essence of my work. I don't want to give you more doing. You are already doing too much. I want to give you non-doing. I want you to sit silently, doing nothing, while the spring comes and the grass grows by itself. And while the grass grows, you breathe. You watch the breath. You celebrate the breath. In the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, there is another technique that is very beautiful. Shiva says, While being caressed, sweet princes, enter the caress as everlasting life. This is not just about physical touch, it is about the caress of the breath. Every breath is a caress from existence. Feel the air as it touches the inside of your nose. Feel it as it touches your throat. Feel it as it expands your chest. It is a lover's touch. Existence is in love with you. That is why it keeps breathing into you. If you can feel the breath as a caress, your whole attitude toward your body will change. You will no longer see the body as a machine or a burden. You will see it as a beloved. You will treat it with tenderness and respect. You will nourish it, not just with food, but with awareness. And a body that is nourished with awareness becomes a temple. In this temple, the God of the now resides, and the breath is the incense that you offer to this God. Every conscious breath is an offering. Every silent gap is a prayer. You don't need any other ritual. You don't need any other priest. You are the priest, the offering, and the God all at once. This is the ultimate unity. This is the Advaita, the non-duality. There is no me and God. There is only the breathing, the awareness, and the silence. And in that silence, everything is resolved. All questions disappear. Not that you find the answers, but the questions themselves become irrelevant. You are so full of life that you don't need answers. A flower doesn't ask why it blooms, it just blooms. A bird doesn't ask how it sings, it just sings. And an enlightened man doesn't ask what is the meaning of life, he is the meaning of life. I want you to be the meaning of life. I want you to be so radiant, so joyous, so full of energy that your very presence is a blessing to the world. And this radiance begins with the breath. It begins with the simple act of taking one total conscious breath. Try it now. Take a deep breath. Feel it going all the way down to your navel. Hold it for a second. Feel the fullness and then let it go. Let it go completely. Feel the emptiness. In that emptiness, stay for a moment. Be still. And then let the next breath come on its own. Do you see? In that one cycle, you have experienced the whole of existence. You have experienced birth, life, death, and rebirth. You have experienced the stop. You have experienced the void. You have experienced the so-hum. All of it is there in one single breath. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to do anything. Just stay with this rhythm. Let it be your guide. Let it be your master. And soon you will find that the rhythm of your breath has become the rhythm of the universe. You will find that you are no longer breathing. The universe is breathing through you. You have become a flute in the hands of the divine. And the music that comes out of you will be the music of ecstasy. This ecstasy is your destiny. Don't settle for anything less. Don't be satisfied with just coping with life. Don't be satisfied with just surviving. You were born to flourish. You were born to celebrate. You were born to be divine. And the breath is the ladder that takes you to the stars. Keep climbing. Keep breathing. Keep watching. The journey is infinite, and every step is a joy. Don't worry about the goal. The goal will take care of itself. Just enjoy the process. Enjoy the breathing. Enjoy the being. Let the words I have spoken today settle deep into your heart. Don't let them stay in your head. The head is a collector of information. The heart is a transformer of energy. Let these words transform you. Let them remind you of who you really are. Let them bring you back to the now. The silence is waiting for you. The breath is waiting for you. Existence is waiting for you. All you have to do is turn your attention inward. All you have to do is shut up and breathe. Not in a harsh way, but in a loving way. Shut up the mind and let the breath speak. The breath has a lot to tell you. It has the secrets of the ages. It has the wisdom of the Buddhas. Listen to it. Trust it. Be it. As we move forward, we will look at how the breath can be used to heal the body of specific illnesses. We will look at how it can be used to overcome fear and anxiety. We will look at how it can be used to enter the state of unmani, the state of no mind, at will. But always remember, the basic technique is the same: awareness of the breath. Never forget the breath. Even in the busiest moments of your day, take a second to feel your breathing. It will ground you. It will bring you back to your center. It will remind you that you are more than your problems. more than your work, more than your body. You are the eternal witness. I am with you. Existence is with you. The breath is with you. There is nothing to fear. There is only life to be lived. And what a magnificent life it is. What a glorious opportunity. Don't miss it. Breathe it in. Breathe it all in. The fragrance of the beyond is here, in this very room, in this very moment. It is in the air you are breathing. Can you smell it? It is the fragrance of silence. It is the fragrance of love. It is the fragrance of truth. Let it fill your lungs. Let it fill your heart. Let it fill your soul. You are a child of the universe. You are a masterpiece of existence. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate your breath. Celebrate your life. The dance continues. The music never stops. Only you can choose to join in or to stay on the sidelines. I say, join in. Jump into the middle of the dance. Let the breath be your rhythm, and let the ecstasy be your song. This is the way of the heart. This is the way of the breath. This is the way of the Buddha. It is a way of light, a way of love, and a way of laughter. Follow it with all your being. I see the light in you. I see the Buddha in you. Wake up and see it for yourself. The breath is calling you. The silence is calling you. The now is calling you. Answer the call. Breathe, be, rejoice. Everything is perfect. Everything is as it should be. You are home. You have always been home. Just open your eyes and see. In this deep realization, let us rest. Let the breath be soft. Let the mind be still. Let the heart be full. We are one. In this breathing, we are one. In this silence, we are one. In this existence, we are one. Blessings to you all. Keep the flame of awareness burning. Keep the rhythm of the breath flowing. Keep the joy of celebration alive. The journey goes on and on and on into the infinite. And every moment is a miracle. Every breath is a gift. Thank you for being here. Thank you for breathing with me. Thank you for being you. The silence is deepening now. Let it be. Just let it be. To enter deeper into this mystery, we must look at the 4 dimensions of the breath: the inhalation, the first gap, the exhalation, and the second gap. Usually, you are only aware of the movement, the in and the out. But the real secret lies in the stillness between the two. When you breathe in, there is a moment, a pinpoint, where the inhalation ends. For a split second, it is no longer moving in, but it has not yet started moving out. In that tiny gap, where the breath is neither coming nor going, you are in a state of absolute suspension. That point is the turning. This turning is the center of your existence. If you can catch your consciousness at that exact point, you will realize that you are not the body and you are not the mind. Because the mind requires movement. It is a traveler that needs a road. In that gap, the road disappears. The breath has stopped, and with it, the mind has no choice but to stop. This is the moment of realization. It is the door to the beyond. But usually you are so fast, so unconscious, that you jump over the turning. You are like a person rushing from one room to another. You don't see the threshold. You don't see the door. You are only interested in the destination. But in meditation, there is no destination. The threshold is the destination. The gap is the goal. I want you to become very sensitive to this gap. Don't try to create it. It is already there. If you try to create it, you will be doing a breathing exercise, and that is not meditation. Exercises are for the body. Meditation is for the soul. Just sit and let the breath flow naturally. As the breath comes in, follow it. Be like a shadow to your breath. When the breath goes in, you go in. When the breath comes to the turning point, you stay there. Just for that split second, be in that silence. Then as the breath moves out, you move out. This is the most subtle work you can do. It requires a very delicate awareness, what I call wordless communication with existence. Usually, we communicate through words. I say something, you hear something. But words are like a screen. They hide the reality. When you are watching your breath, don't say the word breath in your mind. Don't say in and don't say out. Just feel the movement. The moment you use a word, you have moved from the existential to the mental. You have missed the turning. Try this with a flower. Look at a rose. Feel its beauty, its fragrance, its velvet texture. But do not use the word beauty, not even in the mind. Look at it. Let it be absorbed in you. Go deeply into it, but do not use words. Feel the beauty of it, but do not say it is beautiful. The moment you say beautiful, you have categorized it. You have compared it with other roses in your memory. You have brought in the past, but the rose is in the present. It has nothing to do with your memory. If you can disassociate words from feelings, you can disassociate feelings from existence. Then let the flower be there and you be there as it were presences. But do not allow the feeling to come in. Then you will feel beauty without feeling. You will be the beauty of the flower. The same happens with the breath. If you can feel the breath without the word breath, you will see that it is not just air, it is a divine pulse. It is the heartbeat of the universe. And in the turning, you find the source of that pulse. You find the who that is breathing. This is why I suggest that you emphasize the exhalation in your meditation. Instead of trying to take deep breaths in, just focus on letting the breath out completely. Let it be a deep, long surrender. And as the air leaves your body, let your tensions leave with it. Let your worries leave with it. Let your very identity leave with it. Become a nobody as you exhale. And then see how existence rushes back in. The inhalation happens on its own. You don't have to do it. Existence wants you to live. It breathes into you. This is the grace of existence. You are being lived. Once you realize that you are being lived, the whole burden of doing falls away. You no longer feel that you have to carry the world on your shoulders. You are like a leaf on a river or a feather in the wind. You go where the current takes you. This is the state of Sahaj, the natural state. It is a state of total relaxation, total trust. And the breath is the pulse of this trust. Consider your essence as light rays. As you breathe in, imagine that you are breathing in light from the center of the universe. Imagine that the light is moving from the base of your spine to the top of your head. As you breathe out, imagine the light moving back down. This visualization, combined with the breath, creates a powerful energy circuit in your body. It cleanses the nervous system. It balances the brain hemispheres. It makes you more radiant. You will notice that after practicing this for even few days, your skin starts to glow. Your eyes become more bright. This is because you are literally lighting up your inner house. You are no longer living in the dark. Most people are undernourished spiritually because they breathe so poorly. Their breathing is like a flickering candle in a drafty room. It is barely enough to keep the flame alive. I want your breath to be like a great bonfire. I want it to roar with life. This is why I emphasize the chaotic methods. They are designed to break the old patterns of shallow breathing. They are designed to push you to your limits so that you can find the unlimited. You see, the body has a memory. Every trauma you have ever experienced, every heartbreak, every insult is stored in the tissues of your body, and they are all connected to your breathing. When you were a child and someone hit you, you probably held your breath to numb the pain. That held breath became a notch in your energy system. You carry thousands of these knots. They make your body stiff. They make your mind anxious. And they make your life a burden. When you breathe chaotically, when you breathe with total intensity, you are breaking these knots. You are shaking the very foundations of your body memory. You are releasing the trapped energy. This is why people often laugh or cry or scream during meditation. It is a deep cleaning of the cellular structure. You are literally breathing out your past. You are exhaling your childhood wounds, your social conditioning, your religious indoctrinations. And as the past leaves, the now enters. This is the only way to be free. You cannot be free by thinking about freedom. You can only be free by clearing the space within yourself. If a room is full of old furniture and garbage, you cannot bring in anything new. You first have to throw out the old. The breath is the broom. Use it. Don't be afraid of the dust that rises when you start sweeping. The dust was always there. You are just seeing it now. Let it rise, let it pass, and soon the room will be clean and fresh. In this cleanliness, a new kind of feeling arises, an existential feeling. Usually, your feelings are about something. You feel sad about a loss. You feel happy about a gain. These are not real feelings. They are just reactions of the mind. Existential feeling is different. It is a feeling of just being. You feel a deep sense of gratitude, not for anything in particular, but just because you are. You feel a deep sense of love, not for any specific person, but just because love is your nature. This existential feeling is the goal of all my teachings. I want you to become so rooted in your own being that nothing can shake you. I want you to become like a mountain, firm, silent, and majestic. The breath is the only thing that can teach you how to stop, because the breath is always stopping. It stops at the top and it stops at the bottom. It is a master of the stop. If you can learn from your own breathing, you will learn the greatest secret of life, the art of relaxation. Relaxation does not mean lying on a couch and watching television. That is just another form of movement, a mental movement. Real relaxation means being so centered in your breath that the world could end and you would still be in your silence. This centeredness is what I call the hara. The hara is not just a physical spot, it is the energy reservoir of your life. When you were a child, your energy was centered in the hara. That is why children are so full of life, so resilient. They can fall 100 times and they don't get hurt because their energy is flexible. Their center of gravity is low. But as you grow up, your center of gravity moves up to the chest and then to the head. You become a top-heavy structure. You become rigid. When you are in your head, you are always in conflict. The head is the place of either or, yes or no, right or wrong, good or bad. The head is a divider, but the hara is a unifier. In the hara, there are no opposites. Everything is one. When you breathe into your belly, you are nourishing the hara. You are bringing the energy back to the base. You are becoming a mountain again. Look at the way a warrior moves. A real warrior, a master of Zen archery or swordsmanship, does not move from the head. If he thinks about his move, he is already dead. He moves from the hara. His movement is a spontaneous explosion of energy. It is not calculated. It is not planned. It is a response of the whole being. This is how I want you to live. I want you to live as a whole, not as a fragment. And the fragments are joined by the breath. The breath is the glue that keeps the body, the mind, and the soul together. If the glue is weak, the fragments start to fall apart. You feel fragmented. You feel like you are several different people. One person wants one thing, another person wants another thing. You are a house divided against itself. But when the breath is deep and conscious, the glue is strong. You become an integrated whole. You become an individual. The word individual means that which cannot be divided. Most people are not individuals, they are individuals. They are split. But through the breath, you can find your unity. You can find that core which cannot be broken. This core is the eternal. It is the divine. It is the Buddha within. But to find this core, you must go through the chaos. You cannot reach the silence without going through the storm. This is the logic of my dynamic meditation. The first stage is the chaotic breathing. Why chaotic? Because your life is chaotic, but you have hidden it under a mask of order. I want to bring that chaos to the surface. I want you to breathe so intensely that the mask breaks. I want you to become a whirlwind. In that whirlwind, all your civilized ideas will be blown away. All your proper behavior will disappear. You will become an animal. You will become a force of nature. This is necessary. You have been a proper human being for too long, and it has made you dead. You need to return to your animal roots to find your spiritual wings. The roots of the tree are in the dark, dirty earth, but the flowers are in the sky, in the light. If you are afraid of the dark earth, you will never have the flowers. When the body has expressed everything it has been holding for years, a great lightness comes. You feel like you could fly. This lightness is the beginning of the spiritual journey. Now the breath is no longer a struggle. It is a psalm. It is a melody. Now you can move into the state of the who sound. This is where we hit the navel center. This is where we wake up the sleeping lion of the hara. When you shout who, the sound goes straight to the navel. It creates a vibration in the center of your being. This vibration starts to move the energy up the spine. This is the awakening of the Kundalini, the serpent power. This is not some mythical story. It is a physiological reality. When the energy moves up, it passes through the various chakras or energy centers. Each chakra is a different dimension of consciousness. The first chakra is the sex center. When the breath and the energy hit this center, you feel a great vitality. If the energy stays here, it is expressed as sex. If it moves up to the second center, it becomes creativity. If it moves up to the third center, it becomes power. If it moves up to the fourth center, the heart, it becomes love. This is the transformation of the breath. The same air that keeps the body alive becomes the fuel for the fire of love. And as the energy moves even higher to the fifth center in the throat, it becomes expression, communication, and sound. To the sixth center, the third eye, it becomes intuition and vision. And finally, when it reaches the seventh center, it becomes enlightenment. It becomes the 1,000-petaled lotus. But all of this depends on the breath. The breath is the elevator that carries the energy from the ground floor to the penthouse. If the elevator is broken, you are stuck in the basement. And the elevator is broken in most people because they don't know how to breathe. They are breathing only enough to stay in the basement. They are afraid of the heights. I tell you, don't be afraid. The view from the top is magnificent. The whole of existence is visible from there. You can see the stars, you can see the sun, you can see the infinite. But to get there, you must trust the elevator. You must trust the breath. You must allow the breath to be as deep and as powerful as possible. This is why I speak so much about totality. Whatever you do, do it totally. If you breathe, breathe totally. If you dance, dance totally. If you love, love totally. Totality is the only way to transform energy. If you are half-hearted, nothing will happen. You will just remain in a lukewarm state, neither hot nor cold. And existence has no place for the lukewarm. Existence loves the extremes. It loves the fire and it loves the ice. The breath can take you to both. It can take you to the fire of the chaotic stage and the ice of the silent stage. It can take you to the peak of the mountain and the depth of the ocean. It is the ultimate traveler's guide. And it is always with you, waiting for your attention. Let us look at the stop technique again in the context of your daily life. You don't have to be in a meditation hall to practice it. You can be walking down the street and suddenly, for no reason at all, just stop. Don't move a single muscle. For 30 seconds, be a statue. In that sudden stillness, you will notice something incredible. The world continues to move. The cars honk, the people walk, the birds fly, but you are the unmoving center. You are the hub of the wheel. The wheel turns, but the hub is still. This stillness in the midst of movement is the greatest achievement a human being can reach. This is what it means to be a witness. You are in the world, but you are not of it. You are watching the play, but you are not the actor. And the breath is what reminds you of this stillness, because even when the body stops, the breath continues. But it continues in a different way. It becomes so subtle, so rhythmic, that it is almost like the silence itself is breathing. In this stage, you start to understand the meaning of God. God is not a person. God is a quality. God is the quality of this silence. God is the quality of this breath. God is the quality of this now. When you are in your breath, you are in God. When you are out of your breath, when you are in your mind, you are in the ego. The ego is the noise that prevents you from hearing the music of the breath. Meditation is nothing but the process of turning down the volume of the noise so that the music can be heard. It is a process of de-hypnosis. You have been hypnotized by society to believe that you are your name, your job, your body, your thoughts. I am here to de-hypnotize you. I am here to tell you that you are none of those things. You are the one who witnesses all of those things. And the breath is the closest you can get to that witness while still being in a body. Think of the breath as the interface between the software of the mind and the hardware of the body. If the interface is smooth, the whole system works perfectly. If the interface is glitchy, the system crashes. Your crashes are your illnesses, your frustrations, your failures. To fix the system, you don't need a new body or a new mind. You just need to fix the interface. You need to bring awareness to the breath. When you bring awareness to the breath, you are bringing light to the interface. And where there is light, darkness cannot exist. The darkness of your unconscious, the darkness of your suppressed emotions will simply evaporate in the light of conscious breathing. This is the alchemy of the soul. This is the transformation of the breath. I want you to feel this transformation right now. As you listen to me, don't just think about what I am saying. Feel the air moving in your chest. Feel the expansion and the contraction. Feel the life force vibrating in your fingertips. You are a miracle. You are a walking, breathing, talking miracle of existence. Don't take yourself for granted. Don't live like a beggar when you are an emperor. The emperor is the one who is the master of his own internal states. And the master of internal states is the one who is the master of his breath. If you can control your breath, you can control your emotions. If you can control your emotions, you can control your life. But control does not mean suppression. Control means mastery. It means knowing how to use the energy when you need it and how to let it go when you don't. Mastery is the art of effortless effort. It is like a master painter who moves the brush so naturally that it seems the brush is painting by itself. This is the state of Zen, and this state is reached through the breath. Focus on the heart. Blessed One, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. This is the breath of the heart. Instead of breathing into the belly, you breathe into the heart center. You feel the breath as a soft, loving touch in the middle of your chest. This is the breath that heals relationships. This is the breath that dissolves loneliness. Because in the heart you are connected to everyone. In the heart there are no strangers. When you breathe from the heart, your voice changes. It becomes more warm, more compassionate. When you speak to someone from your heart, they don't just hear your words, they feel your being. This is the real communication. Everything else is just head-to-head talking, which is just a form of combat. Heart-to-heart breathing is a form of communion. I want you to try this next time you are with a loved one. Just sit together in silence and try to breathe in the same rhythm. Watch their breath and let your breath follow theirs. Soon you will feel that your hearts are beating as one. You will feel that the space between you has disappeared. This is the essence of love. Love is not an emotion. It is a shared rhythm. It is a shared breath. And the greatest love of all is the love for existence itself. This love happens when you realize that your breath is the same as the breath of the trees and the stars. When you realize that the same life force that moves through you moves through everything. This is the experience of the universal heart. In this experience, you are no longer a person. You are the universe. You are the ocean. But to reach the ocean, you must be willing to let go of the shore. The shore is your ego. The shore is your past. The shore is your identity. The breath is the river that takes you to the ocean. Don't hold on to the river banks. Let yourself be carried by the current. Trust the flow of your own life. This trust is the most difficult thing for the modern mind. We are taught to be suspicious. We are taught to be competitive. We are taught to be in control. But in meditation, these are all obstacles. You must learn to be in control by being out of control. You must learn to lead by following. You must learn to live by dying to each moment. And the breath shows you how to do this. Every exhalation is a death. Every inhalation is a rebirth. If you can die and be born every moment, you are always fresh. You are always new. You are always in the now. And in the now, there is no suffering. Suffering requires the past or the future. But the now is pure, unadulterated joy. So let the joy happen. Don't be so serious. Seriousness is a disease of the ego. Celebration is the health of the soul. Let your breath be a celebration. Let your awareness be a dance. Let your life be a song. You have been given this life not to suffer, but to rejoice. You have been given this body not to be a prison, but to be a temple. You have been given this breath not just to survive, but to transcend. Use these gifts. Don't let them go to waste. You are a guest in this beautiful universe. Be a good guest. Be an aware guest. Be a grateful guest. And the best way to show your gratitude is to be as happy as possible. Not for any reason, but just because you are alive. Just because you can breathe. Just because you can see the beauty of a flower and the light of the stars. This causeless happiness is the mark of a spiritual person. If you are happy, you are religious. If you are miserable, you are irreligious. No matter how much you go to the temple or the church. Happiness is the only criterion. And happiness is a choice. It is the choice to stay with the breath rather than the mind. It is the choice to stay in the now rather than the then. Choose wisely. Every breath is a choice. Every moment is an opportunity to choose heaven or hell. Hell is just the name for a life lived in unconsciousness. Heaven is the name for a life lived in total awareness. The choice is yours. The key is in your nostrils. The journey continues. We have much more to explore. We will talk about the connection between breath and the void. We will talk about the belly laugh as a form of pranayam. We will talk about how to use the breath to enter the state of no mind instantly. But for now, Just be with what you have discovered. Let it sink in. Let it become part of your daily rhythm. Remember, meditation is not a part-time job. It is a full-time passion. It is a way of life. It is the art of being alive. And you are the artist. The breath is your medium. Existence is your canvas. Go forth and create something beautiful. Create a life of awareness. Create a life of celebration. Create a life of ecstasy. It is possible. It is within you. It is only a breath away. Stay with the breath. Stay with the silence. Stay with the love. I am always with you in this shared breath, in this eternal silence. The silence is not an absence of sound, it is a presence of being. It is the very resonance of the universe within your own chest. When you sit in this awareness, you begin to realize that you are not a separate entity trying to connect with existence. You are the connection. The breath is simply the visible manifestation of this eternal union. It is like the pendulum of a clock, moving back and forth, keeping the time of the physical world, while the clock itself remains rooted in the wall of eternity. Let us look deeper into the mechanics of this miracle. The inhalation is birth, the top gap is life, the exhalation is dying, and the bottom gap is death. You are born and you die with every breath you take. If you can understand this, the fear of death will simply vanish. How can you be afraid of something that you are doing 24,000 times a day? Death is not something that happens at the end of life. It is a part of the very rhythm of life. It is the rest at the end of the sum. In the bottom gap, the moment when you are completely empty, you are at your closest to the source, because the source is a nothingness, a sunya. When you are empty of air, you are also empty of ego. For that split second, you are no longer a somebody. You are just a vacuum, a hollow bamboo. And because you are a vacuum, the divine can flow through you. This is why many ancient traditions emphasize the exhalation more than the inhalation. They say, let it all out. Empty yourself so that you may be filled. But look at your life. You are so afraid of being empty. You want to keep everything. You want to hold your breath, you want to hold your money, you want to hold your emotions, you want to hold your lovers. This holding is the root of all misery. The moment you hold the breath, it becomes stale. It becomes poisonous. To stay alive, you must let it go. Life is a flow. not a collection. The more you give, the more you receive. This is the law of the breath, and it is the law of the soul. When you practice being aware of the gap between the breaths, something very strange starts to happen. You will notice that in that gap, there are no thoughts. The mind is like a parasite. It lives on the movement of the breath. Thoughts are like the ripples on the surface of a lake. If the water is moving, the ripples are there. If the water stops, the ripples disappear. The breath is the movement of the water. When the breath stops in the gap, the mind suddenly finds itself without a foundation. It freezes. In that freezing, you get a glimpse of your true nature, which is beyond the mind. This is why I say that meditation is not a mental effort, it is a physiological shift. You are not trying to stop your thoughts. If you try to stop your thoughts, you will only create more thoughts. Thoughts about stopping thoughts. It is a vicious circle. Instead, you just watch the breath. You watch the inhalation, you watch the gap, you watch the exhalation, you watch the gap. By watching the gaps, the thoughts naturally fall away, like dry leaves falling from a tree. You don't have to pull them off, they just go because their time is over. This awareness must be very subtle. It should not be a tension. If you are too focused, you will miss the gap. It is like trying to see a very faint star in the night sky. If you look at it directly, it disappears. You have to look at it slightly to the side, with a soft gaze. Awareness of the breath should be like that, a soft, relaxed witnessing. You are like a man sitting by the side of a road, watching the cars go by. You are not interested in where the cars are going or who is driving them. You are just watching the movement. As your awareness becomes more refined, you will start to feel the quality of the air you are breathing. It is not just oxygen, it is prana. Prana is the vitality that permeates the universe. When you breathe with awareness, you are drinking in this vitality. You will feel a certain glow in your body. You will feel a certain electricity in your skin. You will feel that your eyes are becoming more clear, your voice more resonant. This is because you are no longer just surviving. You are being nourished by the cosmic source. The breath is a constant reminder that you are not an island. You are part of the whole. You take in what the trees give out, and you give out what the trees take in. It is a continuous dialogue. There is no me and you in the breath. There is only the us. the organic unity of existence. But the ego wants to be separate. The ego wants to be the master. And the ego is very afraid of the breath, because in the breath the ego cannot exist. The ego can only exist in the past or the future. But the breath is always in the present. You cannot breathe for tomorrow, and you cannot breathe for yesterday. You can only breathe now. Every breath is a miracle. If you can see the miracle in a single breath, you will see the miracle in everything. You will see that the whole of existence is a miracle. The way the flowers bloom, the way the stars move, the way the birds sing, it is all a divine dance. And you are part of it. You are not a spectator, you are a participant. Enjoy it, celebrate it, be it. This silence is not a destination. It is the very ground upon which you walk. As you deepen your awareness of the breath, you will find that the outer world and the inner world begin to lose their boundaries. Usually you think of the air as being outside and your lungs as being inside. But where exactly does the outside end and the inside begin? In the moment of inhalation, the outside becomes the inside. In the moment of exhalation, the inside becomes the outside. You are like a sponge in the ocean. The ocean is in the sponge, and the sponge is in the ocean. There is no separation. This realization of non-separation is the end of all anxiety. Anxiety exists because you think you are a separate ego that has to defend itself against a hostile universe. You feel like a small island in a vast stormy sea. But when you breathe with awareness, you realize you are the sea itself. The breath is the constant movement of the waves. And just as a wave cannot be separated from the ocean, you cannot be separated from existence. You are not a visitor here. You are the host. You are the very life force that is manifesting through this body, through these lungs, through this rhythm. Let us explore the relationship between the breath and the three centers of human consciousness: the head, the heart, and the navel. Most people are head breathers. Their breath is shallow, jagged, and tense. It barely reaches the throat. This is the breath of a person who is constantly thinking, constantly planning, constantly worrying. When the breath is stuck in the head, the energy is stuck in the head. You become top heavy, neurotic, and disconnected from the earth. You are living in a world of concepts, not a world of reality. To move from the head to the heart, you must allow the breath to descend. The heart is the center of feeling, of devotion, of love. When you breathe into your heart, the breath becomes softer. It becomes more melodic. You no longer see the world through the cold logic of the mind. You see it through the warmth of the heart. In the heart there is no why, there is only is. But even the heart is not the final destination. The heart is a bridge. The ultimate center is the navel, the hara. This is the center of being, of raw existential power. When the breath reaches the navel, you are no longer a thinker or even a feeler. You simply are. This is the state of the Buddha. The Buddha is not someone who is thinking about truth. He is the truth. He is not feeling love. He is love. And this centeredness in the hara is only possible when you shut up and breathe. You must shut up the mind's constant chatter and allow the natural intelligence of the body to take over. The body is much wiser than the mind. The mind is a newcomer, a small addition to the vast history of your biological being. Your body has the wisdom of millions of years of evolution. It knows how to heal, how to balance, and how to breathe. When you interfere with the mind, you disturb this natural wisdom. You create tension where there should be flow. You create a desert where there should be a garden. Meditation is the process of getting the mind out of the way so that the body's wisdom can function at its peak. When you sit in silence and watch the breath, you are performing a revolutionary act. You are refusing to be a slave to the mind's patterns. The mind will tell you that you are wasting time. It will tell you that you have more important things to do. It will bring up memories of the past and fears of the future. But the breath will keep bringing you back to the now. The breath is your anchor in the storm of the mind. If you can stay with the anchor, the storm will eventually pass, and what remains after the storm is a clarity that you have never known before. This clarity is what I call no mind. It is not a state of unconsciousness. On the contrary, it is a state of superconsciousness. You are more alert than ever, but there is no center to your alertness. You are like a mirror that reflects everything, but holds on to nothing. A bird flies past and the mirror reflects the bird. The bird is gone and the mirror is empty. This emptiness is your true nature. You are the space in which life happens. You are the sky, and the breath is the wind that keeps the sky fresh. Many people ask me, Osho, how can we bring this awareness into our daily lives? My answer is simple. Don't make meditation a separate activity. Don't think of it as something you do for 20 minutes and then forget. Let it be a continuous undercurrent. When you are eating, feel the breath. When you are walking, feel the breath. When you are working, feel the breath. The breath is always there. Why not use it? It is like a thread that connects all the beats of your actions into a beautiful necklace. If you can stay aware of your breath while you are working, you will find that you no longer get tired. Fatigue is not caused by physical work. It is caused by mental tension. It is caused by the doer who is constantly pushing and straining. When you are aware of the breath, the doer disappears. There is only the doing. You become a vehicle for the universal energy. You are no longer working. The universe is working through you. This is the secret of the Master. He does everything, yet he remains a non-doer. He is in total relaxation even in the middle of intense activity. This relaxation is the key to health. Most of your physical illnesses are psychosomatic. They start in the mind and then manifest in the body. They are the result of suppressed emotions, chronic stress, and shallow breathing. When you breathe deeply into the hara, you are massaging your internal organs. You are oxygenating your blood. You are stimulating the nervous system. You are literally washing your cells with life force. A man who knows how to breathe cannot be ill because his body is in a constant state of rejuvenation. But more important than physical health is spiritual health. Spiritual health means being in harmony with existence. It means knowing that you are not a stranger in a strange land, but a beloved child of the universe. The breath is the evidence of this love. Existence is breathing into you every moment. It doesn't ask for your permission. It doesn't ask for your belief. It simply gives. This is the ultimate grace. If you can realize this, your life will become a continuous prayer of gratitude. Gratitude is not something you do. It is a fragrance that arises when you realize the sheer abundance of life. You have been given so much: this body, this awareness, this breath, this beautiful world. What have you done to deserve it? Nothing. It is a gift. When you realize that everything is a gift, you stop complaining. You stop demanding. You stop being a beggar. You become an emperor. Because an emperor is one who is content with what is. And what is always the now. The mind cannot exist in the now. It can only exist in the memory of the past or the imagination of the future. The breath, however, is the now. By staying with the breath, you are staying in the only reality that exists. You are dropping the illusions of the mind and entering the truth of existence. This truth is not a formula, it is an experience. It is the experience of the void, the Sunya. Do not be afraid of the void. The void is not a nothingness in the sense of a lack. It is a nothingness in the sense of being no thing. It is the source from which all things arise and to which all things return. It is the womb of the universe. When you enter the void, through the gap between your breaths, you are returning to your source. You are being recharged. You are being made new. This is why you feel so refreshed after a deep meditation. You have taken a dip in the ocean of the eternal. This eternal is not somewhere else. It is not in the future. It is not in the Himalayas. It is here right now, in the very air you are breathing. All you need is the eyes to see it and the heart to feel it. And the breath is the bridge that gives you those eyes and that heart. It takes you beyond the known and into the unknown. It takes you beyond the finite and into the infinite. Consider the turning of the breath again. This point, where the inhalation becomes the exhalation, is the most mysterious point in the universe. It is the point where life becomes death and death becomes life. It is the point of total balance. If you can catch your consciousness at that point, you have found the still point of the turning world. Everything else may be moving, but you are still. You are in the eye of the cyclone. In the eye of the cyclone, there is absolute peace. No matter how much the storm rages on the periphery, the center is undisturbed. This is the state of the Jiva Mukta, the one who is liberated while still in the body. He lives in the world. He suffers the pains of the body. He experiences the ups and downs of life, but his center remains untouched. He is the sky that witnesses the clouds, but does not become the clouds. The breath is the constant reminder of this center. Every time you breathe, you are returning to the center. Every time you breathe out, you are letting go of the periphery. It is a continuous process of purification. But you must be conscious of it. If you are unconscious, the breath is just a mechanical necessity. If you are conscious, it is a spiritual practice. It is the highest form of yoga. Many people think that yoga is about difficult postures and stretching the body. That is only the outer yoga. The inner yoga is the union of the awareness and the breath. When the two become one, you have reached the goal. You don't need to stand on your head to find God. You just need to be in your breath. You just need to be here. Being here is the most difficult thing for the ego. Because being here means the ego must disappear. The ego is always there, in the future goal, in the past achievement, but here is a vacuum for the ego. This is why you find it so hard to sit silently for even 10 minutes. The mind starts to itch. The body starts to fidget. The ego says, do something. This is boring. I say, be bored. Boredom is the threshold of the temple. If you can pass through the boredom without escaping, you will find the treasure. The treasure is your own being. It is the diamond that is hidden within you. You have been looking for it in the world, in power, in money, in sex, in fame, but these are all just reflections. The real diamond is inside, and the breath is the light that reveals it. By following the breath, you are descending into the depths of your own soul. You are uncovering the layers of conditioning, the layers of dust that have accumulated over the years. As the dust is cleared away, the diamond starts to shine. You start to feel a new kind of joy, a joy that has no cause. Usually, your joy is caused by something. You are happy because you got a promotion or because you fell in love. But this joy is fragile. It can be taken away. The joy of the soul is uncaused. It is just there like the sun. It doesn't need a reason to shine. It shines because it is its nature to shine. This uncaused joy is what I call bliss. Bliss is the goal of human life. We are all seeking it, but we are looking in the wrong direction. We are looking out there, but it is in here. The breath is the finger that points in here. Don't look at the finger. Look at where it is pointing. Look at the source of the breath. Look at the one who is breathing. When you look deeply into the source of the breath, you will find that there is no one there. There is only a vast empty space. This is the final discovery, the discovery of no self. You are not an individual soul, separate from the world. You are the world. You are the universe. The I was just a mistake of the mind. In the silence of the breath, the I dissolves like a salt dal in the ocean. What remains is the ocean. This is the state of nirvana. Nirvana does not mean extinction in the sense of being destroyed. It means blowing out the candle of the ego. When the candle is blown out, the light is not gone. It becomes the light of the whole room. When the ego is gone, you are not gone. You become the whole existence. You are no longer a wave. You are the ocean. This is the ultimate freedom. You are no longer afraid of anything because there is no one left to be afraid. You are no longer seeking anything because you have found everything. You are no longer going anywhere because you are already everywhere. You are home. And the breath was the door to this home. But remember, this is not a one-time event. It is a moment-to-moment realization. You have to die to the past every moment and be born to the present every moment. And the breath shows you how. Every exhalation is a death. Every inhalation is a birth. If you can flow with this rhythm, you are always fresh, always new. You never become old. Your body may age, but your spirit remains as young as the morning dew. The world needs such people. People who are rooted in their own being, people who are full of bliss, people who are masters of their own breath. The world is full of conflict because it is full of people who are in conflict within themselves. They are houses divided. They are breathing shallowly, living fearfully, and acting violently. We cannot change the world through politics or through social work alone. We can only change the world by changing the human quality. And the human quality can only be changed through meditation. Meditation is the only active rebellion. Everything else is just a reaction. When you meditate, you are breaking the chains of the past. You are declaring your independence from the crowds. You are becoming an individual. And only an individual can truly love. A part of a crowd cannot love. It can only follow. Only a person who is centered in himself can share his center with another. This is the secret of a real relationship. Two people who are centered in their own breath, who are full of their own joy, can come together to celebrate existence. They are not clinging to each other. they are sharing with each other. They are like two stars that move in their own orbits, but are part of the same galaxy. This is the only kind of love that is liberating. Everything else is just a form of slavery. I want you to be free. I want you to be a master of your own life. And the key is in your hands, or rather in your nostrils. The breath is the most accessible, the most simple, and the most powerful tool you have. Don't look for complex techniques. Don't look for secret mantras. Just shut up and breathe. Be with your breath. Watch it. Feel it. Love it. And it will take you to the highest peaks of consciousness. As you go about your day, let this awareness be with you. Don't let it be a burden. Let it be a joy. Let it be like a background music to your life. When you are standing in line, when you are stuck in traffic, when you are waiting for a friend, these are all opportunities to meditate. Instead of getting frustrated, just return to the breath. Feel the inhalation, feel the turning, feel the exhalation, feel the turning. In those moments, you are no longer waiting, you are being. You have turned a stressful situation into a meditative experience. This is the art of living. It is the art of turning base metal into gold. It is the art of alchemy. And the philosopher's stone is your awareness. Whatever you touch with awareness becomes divine. Your food becomes divine. Your work becomes divine. Your sleep becomes divine. You are no longer living in the profane world. You are living in a sacred world. But the world has not changed. You have changed. You are seeing the world with new eyes. You are seeing the world through the lens of the breath. And what you see is a miracle. You see that everything is connected, everything is beautiful, everything is divine. You see that there is no death, only a change of form. You see that there is no suffering, only a lack of awareness. This is the vision of the Buddha. This is the vision of the enlightened ones. And it is your vision too, if you only have the courage to claim it, the courage to be alone, the courage to be silent, the courage to be nobody. The world will tell you that you are crazy. The world will tell you that you are wasting your life, but you will know the truth. You will feel it in every breath you take. You will feel it in the deep silence of your heart. Stay with this truth. Don't let it go. The mind will try to pull you back into the old patterns. It will try to make you serious again. It will try to make you ambitious again. Just watch the mind and laugh. Laughter is the best medicine for the ego. When you laugh at the mind, it loses its power over you. It becomes like a barking dog behind a fence. It can make a lot of noise, but it cannot bite you. The breath is your protection. As long as you are with your breath, you are safe. You are in your own territory. No one can touch you there. No one can disturb your peace. You are like a king in his castle, and the castle is built of awareness, and the moat is built of silence. Let us sit in this castle together. Let us breathe in this peace. The journey is infinite, but we have already arrived. Because the destination is the now, and the now is always here. We are just waking up to it. We are just opening our eyes. The silence is deepening. The breath is becoming more subtle. Can you feel it? It is like a soft breeze that is blowing through the temple of your body. It is cleaning every corner, every nook and cranny. It is bringing the light of the beyond into the here and now. Be still. Be aware. Be the breath. In this state, there are no questions, because you are the answer. There is no seeking, because you are the sought. There is no God, because you are the divine manifestation. This is the final realization. This is the art of ecstasy. Every moment of your life is an opportunity to practice this. Every breath you take is a chance to wake up. Don't waste it. Don't let your life go by in a dream. Wake up. Breathe. Be. This is my message to you. It is a message of love, a message of freedom, a message of joy. Take it and live it. Don't just store it in your mind. Let it become your very breath. Let it become the rhythm of your heart. The world is waiting for you to wake up. Existence is waiting for you to join the dance. The breath is the call. Answer it. Answer it with your whole being. I see the light in your eyes. I see the joy in your heart. I see the Buddha in you. It is there right now, just waiting to be recognized. All you need is a little bit of silence, a little bit of awareness, and a lot of breathing. So let us continue this dance. Let us continue this celebration. The journey goes on, and every step is a blessing. Every breath is a miracle. Every moment is an eternity. Trust the process. Trust yourself. Trust existence. Everything is as it should be. You are perfect as you are, and you are becoming more perfect every moment. The breath is the engine of this perfection. Stay with it. Don't let it go. It is your most precious treasure. It is your only real possession. Everything else can be taken away from you, but your breath and your awareness are yours forever. Go forth with this realization. Live your life with totality. Breathe with totality. Love with totality. And let the ecstasy of existence fill your soul. I leave you in this silence, in this awareness, in this love. Keep breathing, keep watching, keep being. The truth is here. The truth is now. The truth is you. And in this letting be, you will find that the breath is not just a physiological process. It is a spiritual gateway that has been waiting for you to notice it since the moment of your birth. You see, the breath is the only function of the body that is both voluntary and involuntary. You can control it if you want to, but if you forget about it, it continues on its own. This is a profound hint from existence. It means that the breath is the meeting point of the conscious and the unconscious. It is the place where your will meets the universal will. By bringing consciousness to your breath, you are bringing light into the dark basement of your unconscious mind. You are starting to bridge the gap between what you know about yourself and the vast hidden depths of what you truly are. Most people live their lives only on the surface. In the small, lit room of the conscious mind, they are afraid of the basement. They are afraid of the monsters that live there, the suppressed anger, the hidden sexual desires, the primal fears. But those monsters are only monsters because they have been kept in the dark. When you breathe deeply, when you allow the breath to penetrate the lower centers of your body, you are shining a flashlight into that basement. You will see that the monsters are actually just energy. Raw, pure, beautiful energy that has been mislabeled and locked away. When you breathe into your fear, the fear melts into vitality. When you breathe into your anger, the anger transforms into passion and creativity. This is the real alchemy. The science of breathwork, as I have always taught, is not about following a set of rigid rules. It is about exploring the art of living. If you look at the way you breathe, you can see your entire history. Your breath carries the scars of every time you were told to shut up, every time you were shamed, every time you felt small. You have developed a breathing personality, a narrow, constricted way of taking in life. Some of you breathe only with the upper chest, as if you are always ready to run away. Some of you hold your breath after the inhalation, as if you are trying to hold on to life out of greed. Others hold their breath after the exhalation, as if they are afraid to let life back in. I want you to drop your breathing personality. I want you to become a natural breather. This means returning to the state of the primal. Look at the animals. Look at the trees. Look at the ocean. Does the ocean hesitate before it sends a wave to the shore? Does the tree worry about whether it has enough carbon dioxide? No, they are in a state of total flow. Your breath should be a flow. It should be like a circle. No beginning, no end. A continuous rhythmic dance of energy. When you achieve this flow, you will find that your mind also becomes a flow. You are no longer stuck in obsessive thoughts. You are no longer trapped in the same old emotional loops. You are moving with existence. This movement is what brings ecstasy. Ecstasy is not a high intensity peak that comes and goes. It is the natural vibration of a body that is fully alive. When you are fully alive, every cell of your body is breathing. You are not just breathing through your nose, your skin is breathing, your bones are breathing, your very soul is breathing. This is the state of total breathing. In this state, you feel a deep connection to the stars. You feel that the same energy that moves the planets is moving through your lungs. You are no longer a small, insignificant human being. You are a cosmic event. But to reach this cosmic state, you must first clear the stomach. The stomach is the place where you store all your undigested experiences. Not just food, but emotions. Every time you swallowed your pride, every time you stomached an insult, you created a knot in your solar plexus. This is why many people have chronic stomach problems or a constant sense of tightness in the midsection. They are breath starved in their center. By breathing deeply into the belly, you are settling the stomach. You are allowing those undigested emotions to be processed and released. You are literally digesting your life. As the stomach settles, the head clears. The noise in your head is nothing but the result of energy being stuck in the upper part of the body. When the energy is distributed evenly through the breath, the head becomes a silent, cool space. It becomes a no mind. You can still use the mind when you need it for work, for mathematics, for language. But when you don't need it, it remains silent. It doesn't chatter. It doesn't interfere. You become a master of the mind rather than its servant. This mastery is achieved through the art of the gap. I have talked about the turning points of the breath. The sunya or the void. Let us go even deeper into that void. The void is not nothingness, it is no thingness. It is the state of pure potentiality. When you are in the gap between the breaths, you are in the same state that the universe was in before the Big Bang. You are in the seed stage. Everything is possible, but nothing has yet manifested. This is the most powerful state of being. If you can stay in that gap, you can reprogram your entire reality. You can drop old habits and pick up new ones instantly, because in the void, the old you does not exist. The ego is like a parasite that needs the movement of thoughts and breath to survive. In the stillness of the gap, the parasite has nothing to feed on. It starves, it withers. This is why the ego is so afraid of meditation. It will give you 1,000 excuses not to sit silently. It will make your back ache. It will make your nose itch. It will remind you of a phone call you forgot to make. These are all tricks of the ego to keep the movement going. But if you can just shut up and breathe, if you can just stay with the rhythm, the ego will eventually give up. It will realize that its reign is over. And when the ego's reign is over, the reign of the witness begins. The witness is your true self. It is the one who sees the breathing, who sees the thinking, who sees the feeling, but is none of those things. The witness is eternal. It is the I am that exists before the I am Osho, or I am a doctor, or I am a man. This I amness is the source of all joy. It is the source of all love. And it is perfectly reflected in the breath. The breath comes and goes, but the witnessing remains constant. I want you to try another experiment in your daily life. It is the breathing with the other technique. When you are talking to someone, especially someone you find difficult. Try to synchronize your breath with theirs. Don't let them know you are doing it. Just quietly observe the movement of their chest and match your rhythm to theirs. You will be surprised at how quickly the tension between you disappears. Why? Because you have bridged the gap of the ego. You are no longer two separate minds fighting. You are two bodies breathing together. You have created a common ground. In this ground, conflict cannot survive. Understanding arises naturally. Love arises naturally. This is the secret of deep intimacy. Real intimacy is not just about bodies touching. It is about breaths touching. When two lovers breathe in the same rhythm, they become one organism. They are no longer two people. They are a we. This we-ness is a glimpse of the divine. It is the tantric dimension of the breath. In Tantra, we use the breath to move the sexual energy up from the base of the spine to the heart and the head. We use the breath to turn the physical orgasm into a spiritual ecstasy. This is only possible if you are not in a hurry, if you are not goal-oriented, if you are just breathing with the energy. Everything in life can be a form of breathing. Even your waiting can be a meditation. Usually, waiting is a torture for the modern man. You wait for the bus, you wait for the elevator, you wait for the result, and you are tense. You are empty now. You are wanting to be there while you are here. This there-ness versus here-ness is the source of all stress. I suggest to you, next time you are waiting, don't wait. Just breathe. Be here totally. If the bus is late, let it be late. It gives you 10 more minutes of meditation. If the line is long, let it be long. It gives you more time to be with your breath. When you change your perspective, the whole world becomes a monastery. Every situation becomes a teaching. But this requires a certain unlearning. You have been taught to be a striver, an achiever, a go-getter. You have been taught that if you don't fight, you won't get anything. I tell you, the most precious things in life are not got, they are received. You don't get love, you receive it. You don't get silence, you receive it. You don't get the divine, you receive it. And the breath is the receiving mechanism. Every inhalation is a yes to existence. Every exhalation is a thank you to existence. If your life is a constant cycle of yes and thank you, how can you be unhappy? Unhappiness is the result of no. You say no to the present moment. You say no to your body. You say no to your feelings. This no creates a contraction. It creates a blockage. It stops the breath. When you are unhappy, look at your breathing. It will be restricted. It will be held. The moment you say yes, the breath opens up. The blockage dissolves. The energy starts to flow again. So be a yes man to existence, not to the social rules, but to the pulse of life. Say yes to your breath, and your breath will say yes to your soul. This yes is what I call celebration. Life should not be a struggle for survival. It should be a celebration of arrival. You have already arrived. You are here. You are breathing. What more do you want? This isness is enough. If you can feel the enoughness of this moment, you are enlightened. Enlightenment is not a goal at the end of a long path. It is the realization that there is no path and you are already at the destination. The breath is the destination. But the mind is very clever. It will say, okay, Osho, I understand. Now how do I stay in this state? The how is the trap. The how is the mind again, looking for a technique to control the future. There is no how. There is only now. You don't stay in the state, you are the state. You don't do awareness, you become awareness. And the breath is the constant reminder. If you forget, don't worry. The moment you realize you have forgotten, you are already back. Don't criticize yourself. Don't feel guilty. Guilt is just another trick of the ego to keep you focused on the past. Just take a deep breath and start again. Every breath is a fresh start. Every breath is a New Year's Day. Let us look at the concept of armoring. This is a term from the psychologist Wilhelm Reich, who was a great explorer of the body-mind connection. He found that people create a muscular armor to protect themselves from their own feelings. This armor is especially thick in the chest, the diaphragm, and the throat. It is like a suit of armor that you have worn for so long that you have forgotten you are wearing it. You think it is your skin. But this armor prevents the breath from moving freely. It makes you rigid. It makes you dead. My chaotic methods are designed to crack this armor. When you breathe chaotically, you are putting a tremendous pressure on the armor from the inside. It's like a steam engine. You are building up the pressure until the armor has to burst. When the armor bursts, you will feel a sudden release. You might feel a cold chill or a sudden heat, or you might start trembling. Don't be afraid. This is the bioenergy starting to move again. This is the prana reclaiming its territory. This release is the beginning of real health. Once the armor is gone, you become vulnerable. In the eyes of the world, vulnerability is a weakness. In the eyes of a Buddha, vulnerability is a great strength. It means you are open. You can be touched by the beauty of a flower, by the light of the moon, by the love of a friend. You are no longer a fortress, you are a garden. A fortress is safe, but nothing grows there. In a garden, there are risks. The wind may blow, the rain may fall, but there is life, there is fragrance, there is growth. I want you to be a garden. I want you to be vulnerable. I want you to be breathable. Being breathable means that existence can breathe through you without any resistance. You become a hollow bamboo. This is the highest goal of a seeker, to become so empty that the divine can use you as a flute to play its song. If you are full of yourself, full of your ego, full of your knowledge, there is no room for the song. You are like a flute that is clogged with mud. The breath cannot pass through. Meditation is the process of cleaning the mud out of the flute, and the breath itself is the water that washes the mud away. The more you clean yourself, the more you will realize that you are not the one who breathes, but the one who is being breathed. There is a subtle shift in perspective. You are no longer the doer, you are the happening. This is what the Zen masters mean when they say, "When I eat, I eat. When I sleep, I sleep." There is no I that is doing the eating or the sleeping. There is just the process. There is just the flow. And the breath is the most fundamental part of that flow. This no-self state is not a state of emptiness in the sense of being a nothing. It is a state of everythingness. When you are no longer a separate self, you are the whole universe. You are the wind, you are the sea, you are the stars. This is the big I. The small I is a prison. The big I is the infinite sky. The breath is the key that opens the prison door and lets you fly into the sky. But don't take my word for it. Try it. Experiment with it. For the next few minutes, as we sit together, Don't just listen to my words, listen to your own breathing. Feel the air as it enters your body. Feel it as it fills your lungs. Feel the turn at the top. Feel the surrender as the air leaves your body. Feel the void at the bottom. Do this with total awareness. If a thought comes, just say hello to it and return to the breath. Don't fight the thought. Don't follow the thought. Just be the watcher. You will notice that the more you watch the breath, the slower it becomes. It becomes very subtle, very delicate. It becomes like a thread of silk. And as the breath becomes subtle, your consciousness becomes subtle. You start to notice things that you never noticed before. You notice the tiny electric pulses in your body. You notice the hum of the universe. You notice the light that is behind your eyes. This is the inner light. It is always there, but it is obscured by the smoke of your thoughts. The breath is the wind that blows the smoke away. As the smoke clears, you will see that you are already home. You have never left. The journey was just a dream. You were like a man dreaming he was looking for his own head. When he wakes up, he laughs and says, "Oh, it was here all along." Enlightenment is a great laughter. It is the realization of the absolute absurdity of the human condition, that we are looking for that which we already are. We are like fish in the ocean looking for the water. We are like the breath looking for the air. This laughter is the highest prayer. It is the most sincere way to thank existence. So don't be so serious. Seriousness is the shadow of the ego. Celebration is the light of the soul. Let your meditation be a celebration. Let your breath be a celebration. Let your very life be a celebration. And if you are celebrating, you are already spiritual. You don't need any other holy label. In the Vigyan Bhairal Tantra, Shiva gives many techniques that involve the breath and the senses. One technique is, at the edge of the eyeball, as light, as breath, realize. This means focusing on the point where the light enters your eyes and the breath enters your nostrils. At that edge, you are at the boundary between the inner and the outer. If you can stay at that boundary, you will see that there is no inner and no outer. It is all one. The light outside is the same as the light inside. The air outside is the same as the air inside. You are the meeting point. You are the crossroads of existence. This is the meaning of being a bridge. You are the bridge between the material and the spiritual. You are the bridge between the earth and the sky. You are the bridge between the animal and the divine. By mastering the breath, you are mastering the art of being a bridge. You are no longer stuck on one side. You can move freely between the worlds. You can be in the marketplace and you can be in the temple. You can be a businessman and you can be a meditator. There is no contradiction. The only contradiction is between awareness and unconsciousness. If you are unconscious, even your prayer is a form of greed. If you are aware, even your business is a form of meditation. Awareness is the golden touch that turns everything it touches into gold. And the breath is the most accessible object of awareness. It is the entry point. Once you have mastered the entry point, the whole palace of existence is open to you. So walk into the palace. Don't sit on the doorstep. Don't be satisfied with just thinking about meditation. Do it. Breathe. Be. The time is now. The place is here. The breath is your guide. It will take you to the very heart of the mystery. And in that heart, you will find a silence that is louder than any sound, a light that is brighter than any sun, and a love that is deeper than any ocean. This is my promise to you. This is the art of ecstasy. It is not for the weak, it is for the brave. It is for those who are willing to lose themselves in order to find themselves. It is for those who are willing to die to the ego in order to live in the divine. Are you ready? Are you willing to take that one total conscious breath? If you are, then the journey has begun. And it is a journey that has no end, because it is a journey into the infinite. Every breath is a step. Every breath is a destination. Every breath is a blessing. Let us stay in this blessing for a while. Let the silence settle into your bones. Let the breath be your only companion. Don't try to go anywhere. Don't try to achieve anything. Just be. Just breathe. Just be. The air is full of fragrance. The silence is full of music. The now is full of God. Can you feel it? It is here. It is always here. You just have to wake up and see it. The breath is the alarm clock that wakes you up. Listen to its bell. Feel its vibration. It is calling you to your own greatness. It is calling you to your own divinity. It is calling you home. Stay with the call. Stay with the breath. Stay with the silence. Everything is perfect. Everything is as it should be. You are exactly where you need to be. Just breathe and be happy. This is the ultimate wisdom. This is the great secret. And the secret is out. It is in your nostrils. It is in your lungs. It is in your heart. Celebrate it. Rejoice in it. Be it. As we move toward the final stages of our exploration, we will look at how the breath can be used as a shield against the negativity of the world. We will look at how it can be used to nourish the soul in times of loneliness. We will look at how it can be used to enter the state of samadhi, the ultimate union instantly. But for now, just keep your foundation strong. Keep your awareness on the breath. Don't let the mind pull you away. Stay here. Stay now. The breath is your anchor. The breath is your friend. The breath is yourself. I am with you. We are breathing together. We are one. Let the silence deepen. Let the breath soften. Let the being expand. And as we dwell in this shared space of being, let us understand that the breath is not only a bridge, but also a shield. Usually you feel unprotected in the world. You feel vulnerable to the moods of others, to the negativity of the crowds, to the chaos of the marketplace. You build psychological walls to protect yourself, but those walls also prevent the sunlight of love from entering. I suggest a different kind of protection, the protection of the breath. When you are centered in your breathing, you create an energy field around you, a vajra, a diamond shield. This shield is not a wall, it is a filter. It allows everything beautiful and true to enter, but it causes the negative vibrations to simply slide off you like water off a duck's back. If someone is angry with you, if someone is trying to pull you into their drama, Don't react. Just return to your center. Take 3 deep conscious breaths. Feel the air moving into your hara. In those few seconds, you have disconnected from the other person's frequency. You are no longer a victim of their energy. You are standing in your own light. This is the only real sovereignty. To be a master of yourself means that no one else can pull your strings. No one can make you angry. No one can make you sad unless you allow it. And you only allow it when you are unconscious, when you have forgotten your breath. The breath is also the greatest nourishment for the soul in times of loneliness. You see, there is a great difference between loneliness and aloneness. Loneliness is a state of poverty. You are missing the other. Aloneness is a state of abundance. You are finding yourself. Most people are terrified of being alone because they don't know how to be with themselves. They don't know the treasure that is hidden within. So they run to the cinema, to the club, to the television, just to escape the silence. But if you know how to breathe, you are never lonely. The breath is a constant companion. It is the pulse of existence saying, I am here with you, I am in you, I am you. In your aloneness, the breath becomes a dialogue with the divine. You sit silently and you feel the breath coming in. It is like a guest arriving at your house. You welcome the guest with your awareness. You feel the guest's presence in your lungs, in your heart, in your belly. And then you see the guest depart, leaving behind a fragrance of peace. In this simple cycle, you find a fulfillment that no social gathering can ever give you. You realize that the entire universe is your family. The trees are your brothers. The stars are your sisters, and the breath is the father-mother energy that sustains you all. This realization leads to the state of samadhi. Samadhi is often described as a very complex, mystical state that only a few Mahatmas can reach. I tell you, Samadhi is your natural state. It is simply the state of total presence. When your awareness and your breath become one. When there is no gap between the watcher and the watched, that is Samadhi. You don't have to go to a cave in the Himalayas to find it. You can find it right here in this very moment. If you can breathe with 100% totality, you are in Samadhi. If you can walk with 100% totality, you are in Samadhi. It is not a matter of what you do, but how you do it. The breath is the easiest way to practice this totality, because the breath is always here. You cannot breathe in the future, you cannot breathe in the past, you can only breathe now. If you are with your breath, you are in the now, and the now is the door to the eternal. People ask me about life after death. I tell them, don't worry about life after death. Worry about whether you are alive before death. Most people are walking corpses. They are breathing, but they are not alive. They are dreaming. To be alive means to be awake. To be awake means to be conscious of your breath. Let us look at the physical healing power of the breath. Modern medicine is only now beginning to discover what the ancient yogis knew thousands of years ago. Every cell of your body is an individual living being, and it needs oxygen to thrive. But more than oxygen, it needs prana. When you breathe shallowly, you are starving your cells. You are creating a state of famine in your body. This famine leads to disease, to premature aging, to a lack of vitality. Deep, conscious breathing is like a feast for your cells. It brings the light of existence into the darkest corners of your organism. I have seen people heal themselves of chronic illnesses simply by changing the way they breathe. When you breathe into the navel, you are stimulating the vagus nerve, which is the main highway of the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system. You are telling your body it is safe, you can heal, you can relax. In this state of safety, the body's natural healing mechanisms are activated. The immune system becomes stronger, the hormones become balanced, and the nervous system becomes calm. You don't need 1,000 pills, you just need 1,000 conscious breaths. But beyond the physical and the psychological, there is the existential. This is the dimension of the no self. As you watch the breath, you will eventually reach a point where the watcher also disappears. There is only the breathing. There is no one who is breathing, and there is no one who is watching. The subject and the object have dissolved into a single process. This is what the Zen masters call the great void. It is a state of absolute silence where the I has been blown out like a candle. In this void, you find the inner sound, the Anahad Nad. It is a sound that is not made by any friction. It is the music of the spheres. Some call it Om, some call it the word, some call it the logos. It doesn't matter what you call it. It is the vibration of existence itself. And the breath is the wind that makes this vibration audible to your inner ear. When you are totally silent, you can hear it. It is a deep, resonant hum that underlies everything. Once you have heard this sound, you can never be afraid again. You know that you are part of an eternal symphony. This symphony is the ultimate celebration. And I want your life to be a celebration. I don't want you to be a serious seeker. Seriousness is a sickness. It is the ego trying to be spiritual. A real seeker is a player. He sees life as a lila, a divine play. He breathes with joy. He moves with grace, and he laughs with totality. Laughter is the highest form of breathing. When you laugh deeply, your breath becomes a dance. It clears the lungs, it settles the stomach, and it opens the heart. If you can laugh, you can meditate. If you can't laugh, your meditation will only be a new kind of prison. So let the breath take you into the laughter. Let the breath take you into the silence. Let the breath take you into the dance. There is nothing to achieve, nowhere to go. You are already a child of the divine. You are already a masterpiece. You just need to realize it. And the realization is hidden in the rhythm of your own life force. Think of your life as a great experiment in awareness. Every day, every situation is an opportunity to see how the breath can transform your experience. When you are eating, try to breathe between each bite. Feel the food becoming part of your body. When you are walking, feel the connection between your breath and your footsteps. When you are talking to a friend, stay aware of the space from which your words are coming. This space is your inner silence, and the breath is the bridge to that space. The more you practice this, the more you will notice a refining of your character. You will become more patient, more compassionate, more loving. Not because you are trying to be a good person, but because it is the natural consequence of being centered. A person who is in tune with his breath cannot be violent. A person who is in tune with his breath cannot be greedy. These negative qualities are the result of disconnectedness. When you are connected to the source through the breath, you are naturally virtuous. Virtue is just another word for balance. And the balance is always in the center. In the East, we have the concept of the middle way. It is not the path of indulgence, and it is not the path of asceticism. It is the path of awareness. It is the path of the turn. The breath is always moving between the poles, inhalation and exhalation, life and death, fullness and emptiness. By staying in the middle, by watching the turning point, you are on the middle way. You are beyond the dualities. You are in the one. This oneness is the goal of all religions. But they have made it so difficult, so complicated. They have given you thousands of rules, hundreds of beliefs, and dozens of rituals. I give you only one thing: your own breath. It is the most democratic thing in the world. It doesn't belong to any priest. It doesn't belong to any church. It doesn't belong to any book. It belongs to you. It is you. You don't need anyone's permission to breathe. You don't need anyone's permission to be aware. You are born free. And the breath is the symbol of that freedom. But you have forgotten your freedom. You have become a prisoner of your own mind. You are living in a cage of your own making, a cage of thoughts, of opinions, of judgments. The breath is the key to the cage. The moment you focus on your breath, the cage doors open. You can fly into the infinite sky of consciousness. You can be the great bird of the soul. Don't be afraid of the height. Don't be afraid of the vastness. You are made of the same stuff as the stars. You are light. You are energy. You are love. The breath is the wind beneath your wings. Trust it. Let it take you as high as you want to go. There are no limits to your growth. There are no limits to your joy. There are no limits to your ecstasy. As we go deeper into this shared silence, feel the air moving in your chest. Feel the subtle vibration of the Soham. Feel the warmth of the life force in your belly. You are a living temple of the divine. The Creator is breathing through the creation. There is no separation. There is only the breathing whole. In this wholeness, all your problems dissolve. They were only problems because you were looking at them from the perspective of the fragmented self. From the perspective of the whole, there are no problems, only the unfolding of existence. Every challenge is an opportunity to grow. Every pain is a call to awaken. Every joy is a reason to celebrate. And the breath is the thread that connects them all. I want you to take this awareness with you when you leave this space. Don't leave it here. Let it be your constant companion. Let it be the background music to your life. When you are brushing your teeth, breathe. When you are driving your car, breathe. When you are washing the dishes, breathe. This is the real sannyas, the real spiritual life. It is not about changing your clothes or your name. It is about changing your quality of awareness. It is about becoming a living meditation. A living meditation is a person who is in love with life. He is not looking for a better life in the future. He is celebrating the life he has right now. He knows that this moment is the only moment there is, and he is determined to drink it to the last drop. He is a Zorba the Buddha, a person who can enjoy the pleasures of the world and the silence of the soul at the same time. And the breath is the bridge between Zorba and Buddha. It connects the body and the spirit. It connects the earth and the sky. Be a Zorba the Buddha. Enjoy the food, enjoy the music, enjoy the love, but stay centered in your breath. Stay aware. Stay silent. This is the ultimate synthesis. This is the future of humanity. We don't need more religious people. We need more meditative people. We don't need more believers. We need more knowers. And the only way to know is to experience. The only way to experience is to be here. And the only way to be here is to breathe. The simplicity of this message is its power. Don't let your mind complicate it. The mind loves complexity because complexity gives the ego something to do. The ego loves to solve puzzles. But life is not a puzzle. It is a mystery. You cannot solve a mystery. You can only dissolve into it. And the breath is the solvent. By breathing with awareness, you are dissolving into the mystery of existence. You are becoming one with the breath of the universe. Think about the air you are breathing right now. It has been around for billions of years. It has been through the lungs of the dinosaurs, through the lungs of the ancient masters, through the leaves of the primeval forests. You are literally breathing the past and creating the future. With every breath, you are part of a continuous eternal cycle. You are never alone. You are supported by the entire history of life on this planet. This realization brings a deep sense of humility and a deep sense of power. Humility because you are such a small part of the whole. Power because you are the whole. This is the gateless gate. Once you pass through it, you realize that there was never any gate. You were always inside. You were always home. The breath is the hand that knocks on the door of your own heart. Listen to the knock. Open the door. Let the light enter. Let the silence enter. Let the love enter. You have been waiting for yourself for a long time. Don't keep yourself waiting any longer. Wake up, breathe, be. I see the light in your eyes becoming brighter. I see your body becoming more relaxed. I see your heart opening like a lotus. This is the miracle of meditation. It is not a miracle that I am performing. It is a miracle that existence is performing through you. I am just a catalyst. I am just a mirror reflecting your own potential. As we continue to sit in this awareness, let the breath be your only focus. Don't try to understand what I am saying with your mind. Let the words fall into your heart. Let them resonate with your own experience. You know the truth already. I am just reminding you of it. I am just helping you to remember the song that you have forgotten. The song is the breath. The singer is the soul. The music is the ecstasy. Let the music play. Don't stop it with your doubts and your fears. Let it flow. Let it overflow. Let it become a blessing for the whole world. A person who is full of bliss is a blessing to the world. He doesn't have to do anything to help the world. His very presence is a healing. His very silence is a prayer. His very laughter is a celebration. Be that blessing. Be that light. Be that joy. The world is suffering because it has forgotten the art of celebration. It has forgotten how to breathe. It has become a world of tension and competition. I want you to create a world of meditation. A world where people are centered, where people are aware, where people are in love with existence. And this new world begins with you. It begins with your next breath. So breathe with totality. Breathe with love. Breathe with awareness. And let the transformation happen. It is happening right now. You don't have to wait for it. It is as immediate as the breath itself. Stay with the Soham. Stay with the silence. Stay with the now. Everything is perfect. Everything is as it should be. You are a masterpiece of existence. Celebrate yourself. Celebrate your breath. Celebrate your life. The journey goes on and on and on into the infinite. And every moment is a miracle. Every breath is a gift. Every silent gap is a door to the divine. Trust the process. Trust yourself. Trust existence. You are in good hands. You are being breathed by the universe. You are the universe. In this deep realization, let us rest. Let the breath be soft. Let the mind be still. Let the heart be full. We are one. In this breathing, we are one. In this silence, we are one. In this existence, we are one. Blessings to you all. Keep the flame of awareness burning. Keep the rhythm of the breath flowing. Keep the joy of celebration alive. The fragrance of the beyond is here, in this very room, in this very moment. It is in the air you are breathing. Can you feel it? It is the fragrance of silence. It is the fragrance of love. It is the fragrance of truth. Let it fill your lungs. Let it fill your heart. Let it fill your soul. I am with you. Existence is with you. The breath is with you. There is nothing to fear. There is only life to be lived. And what a magnificent life it is. What a glorious opportunity. Breathe it in. Breathe it all in. The dance continues. The music never stops. Only you can choose to join in or stay on the sidelines. I say, join in. Jump into the middle of the dance. Let the breath be your rhythm, and let the ecstasy be your song. Everything is here. Everything is now. Be still and breathe. Be aware and celebrate. Be and love. This is the whole of my message. This is the whole of my love. The silence is deepening now. Can you feel it? It is a silence that has no end. It is the silence of the eternal. Let us be in this silence. Let us be this silence. And this letting be is not a passive state. It is a highly alert, dynamic state of presence. Usually, when you are not doing something, you fall asleep. Your consciousness is tied to your activity. When the activity stops, the consciousness also dims. This is why you find it so difficult to sit in silence. But I am talking about a different kind of inactivity, a doing by not doing. You are sitting still, your body is relaxed like a statue, but inside you are a flame of awareness. You are watching the breath, and in that watching, you are discovering the layers of your own existence. Think of your life as a series of circles. The outermost circle is the world, your work, your relationships, your possessions. The next circle is your body, then comes the mind, and finally, at the very center is your being. The breath is the thread that runs through all these circles. It connects the world to the body to the mind, and the mind to the being. Most people are stuck in the outermost circle. They are so busy with the world that they have forgotten they have a body. Some are aware of the body, but they are slaves to the mind. Very few ever reach the center. The breath is your vehicle to the center. It is the only thing that can take you through all the circles without getting stuck. But you must learn to ride the breath. You don't do the breath, you follow it. It is like riding a horse. You don't carry the horse carries you. You just need to stay balanced. Awareness is the balance. If you are too tense, you fall off. If you are too relaxed, you fall asleep. You must find that golden mean, that perfect point of equilibrium, where you are both relaxed and alert. In this equilibrium, you will notice a strange phenomenon. The breath starts to change its quality. It becomes more subtle, more vertical. Usually, your breath is horizontal. It moves in and out. But as you go deeper into meditation, the breath starts to move up and down along the spine. This is what the ancient masters called the upward flow. The energy that was trapped in the lower centers, in sex and survival, starts to rise toward the heart and the head. You are no longer just an animal. You are becoming a divine being. This vertical breath is the breath of the Buddhas. It is a breath that doesn't just sustain the body, it nourishes the soul. It brings a certain lightness to your being. You feel as if you are no longer subject to the law of gravity. You feel like you could fly. This is not a physical flying, but a spiritual expansion. You are expanding beyond the boundaries of your ego. You are becoming as vast as the sky. But to maintain this expansion, you must be very careful with the mind. The mind is a thief. It will try to steal your awareness and take it back to the old horizontal patterns. It will bring up worries about tomorrow or regrets about yesterday. The moment you find yourself thinking, you have lost the breath. You have moved from the center to the periphery. Don't be discouraged. This is the nature of the mind. Just acknowledge the thoughts and gently return to the breath. Don't fight the mind. Fighting is also a form of doing. Just return to the being. The more you return to the breath, the more you will realize that you are not the one who is thinking. You are the space in which the thoughts appear. You are the screen, and the thoughts are just the movie. The movie may be a tragedy or a comedy. It may be violent or romantic, but the screen remains untouched. Your true being is that screen. It is always pure, always silent, always now. And the breath is the light that projects the movie. By following the light back to its source, you find the screen. This realization is the end of all suffering. Suffering exists only because you are identified with the movie. You think you are the hero who is suffering or the villain who is being punished. But you are none of those. You are the silent witness. In the breath, this witnessing becomes a living reality. You see the inhalation coming, you are the witness. You see the turning point, you are the witness. You see the exhalation leaving, you are the witness. You see the void, you are the witness. This witnessing is the ultimate alchemy. It turns the lead of your daily struggles into the gold of spiritual bliss. It doesn't mean your problems will disappear. You will still have to pay your bills. You will still have to deal with difficult people. You will still experience physical pain. But you will no longer be of the problems. You will have a distance. You will be like a person watching a storm from the safety of his home. The storm is real, but it cannot touch you. This safety is your inner center, the hara. I cannot emphasize the hara enough. It is the only reality in this shifting world of appearances. Everything else changes. Your body changes, your mind changes, your emotions change, but the hara remains. It is the I am that is before the world was, and the breath is the umbilical cord that connects you to this eternal mother energy. When you breathe from the hara, you are breathing from the source of life. You are drinking directly from the well of existence. This is why a person who is centered in his hara is so magnetic. People are drawn to him because he is full of life. He doesn't need anything from others. He has everything within. He is an individual in the true sense of the word. He is undivided. Most people are individuals. They are split into 1,000 fragments. One fragment wants to be a saint, another wants to be a sinner. One wants to be rich, another wants to be free. This inner conflict is what creates the noise in your head. It is what makes you tired. You are constantly fighting with yourself. Meditation is the process of ending this civil war. It is the process of bringing all the fragments together under the light of awareness. The breath is the integrator. It is the common denominator of all your fragments. No matter what you are thinking, no matter what you are feeling, the breath remains the same. It is the one stable thing in your life. By anchoring yourself in the breath, you are anchoring yourself in the eternal. The fragments start to fall away, and you find your unity. You find your self. And this self is not the ego. The ego is a social construction. It is what others think of you and what you think of yourself based on their opinions. The ego is a reflection, but the self is the original. The self is what you are when no one is looking. The self is what you are in the deep silence of your breath. Finding this self is the greatest discovery you can ever make. It is the discovery of the divine. But the world is very afraid of people who have found their self. The world wants you to be a sheep. It wants you to follow the crowds, to be predictable, to be a good consumer. A person who is centered in his breath is not predictable. He is a rebel. He follows his own light. He listens to his own heart. He is not afraid to be alone. In fact, he enjoys his aloneness, because in his aloneness, he is with the whole. This is the meaning of sannyas. A sannyasin is not someone who leaves the world. A sannyasin is someone who stays in the world but is no longer of the world. He is a lotus in the mud. The mud is necessary for the lotus to grow, but the lotus is not the mud. It is beautiful, it is fragrant, it is pure. I want you to be lotuses. I want you to bloom in the middle of this messy, chaotic world. And the breath is the stem that connects you to the deep, silent waters of existence. Let us look at the relationship between the breath and your senses. Usually, your senses are directed outwards. You see the world, you hear the sounds, you smell the fragrances. Your energy is constantly leaking out through your eyes, your ears, and your skin. Meditation is the process of turning the senses inwards. In the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, there is a technique that says, as the senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. This absorption happens through the breath. As you breathe in, imagine that you are pulling all your sensory energy back into your center. You are pulling your sight back from the objects, your hearing back from the sounds. You are becoming a black hole of consciousness. Everything is being drawn into the center. And as you breathe out, imagine that you are radiating that energy back out as love and light. There is a constant exchange, taking in and giving back. This inward turning of the senses is called pratyahara in the yoga tradition. It is the fourth stage of yoga. It is the bridge between the outer world and the inner world. When your senses are turned inward, you start to see things that are invisible to the physical eyes. You start to hear the inner sound. You start to feel the inner light. This is not an imagination. It is a reality. It is a more real reality than the world you see with your physical eyes. The physical world is like a dream. It is constantly changing, constantly dissolving. It is a Maya. But the inner world is eternal. It is the suchness of things. By staying with your breath, you are staying with the truth. You are moving from the shadow to the substance. You are moving from the part to the whole. This wholeness is what brings ecstasy. Ecstasy is not a pleasure that you can get from the outside. Pleasure is always followed by pain. It is like the two sides of a coin. If you want the heads, you have to accept the tails. But ecstasy has no opposite. It is the natural vibration of a soul that has found its home. It is a joy that has no cause. It is a being joy. I want you to be in ecstasy. I want you to dance with the trees and sing with the stars. I want you to be so full of life that you overflow. And the breath is the key to this overflow. When you breathe totally, your energy overflows. When your energy overflows, it becomes love. When your love overflows, it becomes prayer. And when your prayer overflows, it becomes the divine. The logic is simple, but the practice is everything. Don't just listen to me, do it. Breathe right now. Feel the air moving in your chest. Feel the life force in your belly. You are a miracle. You are a walking, breathing mystery. Don't take yourself for granted. Don't live like a robot. Live like a god. You have the power to transform your life in a single breath. You have the power to move from hell to heaven in a split second. Hell is just the name for a life lived in unconsciousness. Heaven is the name for a life lived in total awareness. The choice is yours. Every breath is a choice. Every moment is an opportunity. As we go deeper into this silent exploration, let the words I am saying be like a background music. Don't focus on them. Focus on the silence between them. That silence is me. My words are only the fingers pointing at the moon. The silence is the moon. And the breath is the bridge that takes you to the moon. In this silence, there are no questions. All the whys and hows of the mind disappear. You are simply there. You are present. This presence is the highest form of intelligence. It is the intelligence of the heart. It is the intelligence of existence. And this intelligence knows exactly what you need. It knows how to heal you, how to guide you, how to fulfill you. Trust this intelligence. Trust the breath. Trust the now. The world may be full of darkness and fear, but within you, there is a light that never goes out. There is a peace that can never be disturbed. There is a joy that can never be taken away. This is your inner treasure, and the breath is the key to the world. I want you to be rich, not just rich with money and power, but rich with awareness, rich with silence, rich with love. This is the only wealth that stays with you when you leave this world. Everything else will be left behind. Only your being goes with you. So invest in your being. Invest in your meditation. Invest in your breath. The time is now. The place is here. You are the one you have been waiting for. Don't look for a savior outside. You are your own savior. You are your own light. You are your own way. And the way is as close as your own nostrils. Let us sit in this realization for a while. Let the breath be soft and rhythmic. Let the mind be quiet. Let the heart be open. You are home. You have always been home. You just needed to wake up and see it. And the waking up is happening right now. Can you feel it? It is like the sun rising after a long dark night. It is like a flower blooming after a long winter. It is the spring of the soul. And the breath is the gentle breeze that brings the spring. Celebrate this spring. Celebrate this life. Celebrate this breath. You are a child of the universe, a masterpiece of existence. There is no one like you. and there will never be anyone like you again. You are unique, you are divine, you are infinite. This is the art of ecstasy. It is the art of being yourself, totally and without compromise. It is the art of breathing with the universe. It is the art of being God in a human body. Go forth with this realization. Let every breath be a hymn of praise. Let every action be a dance. Let every word be a poetry. The world is waiting for your light. The world is waiting for your love. Don't keep it waiting any longer. Breathe and be. As we move toward the final stages of our journey together, let the silence settle into your very marrow. Feel the stillness of the room, the stillness of the earth, the stillness of the stars. In this stillness, there is no me and no you. There is only the one. And the breath is the pulse of that one. I see the light in your eyes. I see the Buddha in you. I see the eternal. Wake up and see it for yourself. The journey is over and it has just begun. Because the journey is the destination and every step is a miracle. Stay with the breath. Stay with the now. Stay with the love. I am always with you in this shared breath, in this eternal silence. We are not separate. We are the same life force, manifesting in different forms. Let us celebrate our oneness. Let us celebrate the miracle of existence. The silence is deepening. The breath is softening. The being is expanding. Everything is perfect. Everything is as it should be. You are exactly where you need to be. Just breathe and be happy. This is the ultimate wisdom. The fragrance of the beyond is here, right now. It is in the air you are breathing. Can you smell it? It is the fragrance of truth. It is the fragrance of love. It is the fragrance of God. Let it fill you. Let it overflow. Let it be your guide. I love you. Existence loves you. The breath is the proof. Keep breathing. Keep watching. Keep being. The truth is here. The truth is now. The truth is you. In the next moments, we will explore the final explosion of consciousness. But for now, just rest in the silence. Let the breath do its work. Let the silence heal you. Let the love transform you. You are the light of the world. Don't hide it. Let it shine through your breath, through your eyes, through your heart. The world needs you. Existence needs you. You are a necessary part of the whole. Without you, the universe would be incomplete. Remember that. Carry that with you. You are beloved. You are blessed. You are divine. Breathe it in. Breathe it all in. The dance continues, and the dancer is you. And as the dancer becomes the dance, we arrive at the final threshold of our journey. You have followed the breath from the nostrils to the lungs, from the lungs to the heart, and from the heart to the deep, silent reservoir of the hara. But now I want to take you even further. I want to take you to the place where even the breath disappears. This is the state of the unbreathed. In the highest reaches of consciousness, a moment comes when the energy is so still, so perfectly balanced, that the physical movement of air is no longer needed. You are drinking directly from the cosmos. You are no longer a consumer of oxygen. You are a radiator of light. This final explosion is what we call enlightenment. It is not something that you achieve through hard work. It is something that happens when your relaxation is total. When the stop is absolute. In this state, you realize that you were never the one breathing. Existence was breathing through you. You were just a hollow bamboo, and now the sound has become so loud, so beautiful, that the flute itself is forgotten. Only the music remains. This music is the eternal Om, the vibration of the Absolute. And you are that vibration. As you sit in this deepening realization, you might feel a desire to support this flow of wisdom, to help this message reach more thirsty souls across the world. This is a beautiful impulse. If you feel a deep connection to these teachings, I invite you to click the join button below. By becoming a member, you are not just supporting a channel, you are participating in a global movement of awareness, a spiritual sangha. You are helping us keep this flame alive in a world that is often covered in darkness. And for those who feel a sudden surge of gratitude, the Super Thanks feature is a direct way to offer your energy back to the source of these videos. Every gift is a seed of love that allows this garden to flourish. But do not let these words distract you from your inner center. Use everything as a reminder. Even your digital life can be a meditation. When you browse, breathe. When you share, breathe. If you want to study these techniques in even greater detail, our ebooks are available in the description. They are designed to be your companions in the silence, providing you with the maps you need to navigate the uncharted territories of your own soul. They are not just books, they are transmissions of a different way of being. Now let us return to the silence that follows the breath. You see, the breath is like the tide of the ocean. It comes in, it stays for a moment, it goes out, and it stays for a moment. But the ocean itself is always there. Your being is that ocean. The thoughts, the emotions, the breaths, they are all just waves on the surface. Don't be afraid of the waves, but don't get lost in them either. Dive deep. Dive below the surface where the water is always still, always cool, always silent. In the depths of your being, you will find that death has no meaning. Death is only for the wave. The ocean cannot die. Death is only for the breath. The breather is eternal. When you realize this, a great laughter arises from your very marrow. It is the great laughter of the Buddha. You laugh because you see that there was never anything to be afraid of. You laugh because you see that you have been looking for yourself in the wrong places. You laugh because you see that the secret was so simple that you missed it for lifetimes. This laughter is your true prayer. It is the highest form of gratitude. So don't be so serious. Seriousness is a disease of the ego. It is a sign that you still think you are the doer. Let the seriousness go. Let the ego go. Let the breath go. And what remains is the truth. The truth is not a concept. It is a presence. It is the presence that is watching through your eyes right now. It is the presence that is listening through your ears. It is the presence that is you. As we conclude this talk, remember that the end of this video is not the end of your meditation. Let this awareness follow you like a shadow. When you turn off the screen, don't turn off your soul. Keep the inner light burning. Keep the rhythm of the hara pulse in your belly. The world outside may be chaotic, but you carry your own silence with you. You are an oasis in the desert. If this journey has touched your heart, please hit the like button and share this video with those you love. Your engagement helps this wisdom reach those who are searching for a way home. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on the notifications so that we can continue to breathe and wake up together. Every comment you leave is a ripple in the pond of our shared consciousness. I read them and I feel your presence in every word. I want to thank you for your patience, for your thirst, and for your love. You are the reason I speak. You are the reason existence is celebrating. You are a masterpiece in the making. Trust the process. Trust the breath. Trust yourself. The final word is not a word, it is a silence. It is the silence of a heart that has found its home. Let us sit in that silence for a moment before we part. Let the breath be very, very soft. Let the mind be like a mirror. Let the being be like the sky. Everything is perfect. Everything is as it should be. You are exactly where you need to be. Just breathe and be happy. This is the ultimate wisdom. This is the art of ecstasy. Go in peace, go in love, go in awareness. The truth is here. The truth is now. The truth is you. Goodbye, my beloved friends, until we breathe together again in the next moment of eternity.